Section 15, Volume 2 of the Book of 𝐻₝𝐼𝑁𝐻, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 𝐻₝𝐼𝑁𝐻, Volume 2, Section 15. When it was the 49th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the damsel ceased not to drink and ply Sharrkan with drink, till he took leave of his wits, for the wine and the intoxication of love he bore her. Presently she said to the slave girl, "O Marjanah, bring us some instruments of music." "To hear is to obey," said the handmaid, and going out returned in the twinkling of an eye with a Damascus lute, a Persian harp, a Tartar pipe, and an Egyptian dulcimer. The young lady took the lute and, after tuning each several string, began in gentle undersong to sing, softer than zephyr's wing and sweeter than Tasmin spring, with heart safe and secure from everything, the couplets following: Allah assain those eyne! What streams of blood they shed! How many an arrow glance those lids of thine have sped! I love all lovers who to lovers show them cure. 'Twere wrong to rue the love in wrong head born and bred. Haply fall, hapless I for thee no sleeping kens. Heaven help the hapless heart by force of thee misled. Thou doom'st me to death who art my king, and I ransom with life the deemster who would doom me dead. Thereupon each and every of the maidens rose up and taking an instrument played and recited couplets in the Roumi tongue. Then their mistress sang also and seeing Sharrkan in ecstasies asked him, "O Moslem, dost thou understand what I say?" And he answered, "Nay, my ecstasy comes from the beauty of thy finger tips." She laughed and continued, "If I sing to thee in Arabic, what wouldst thou do?" "I should no longer," quoth he, "be master of my senses." Then she took an instrument and changing the measure, began singing these verses: "The smack of parting's myrrh to me, how then bear patience aloe? I'm galled by ill's intrinity, severance, distance, cruelty. My freedom stole that fairest she, and partaking irks me bitterly." When she ended her verse she looked at Sharrkan and found him lost to existence, and he lay for a while stretched at full length and prone among the maidens. Then he revived and, remembering the songs, again inclined to mirth and merriment, and the twain returned to their wine and wassail, and continued their playing and toying, their pastime and pleasure till day ceased illuminating and night drooped her wing. Then the damsel went off to her dormitory, and when Sharrkan asked after her they answered, "She is gone to her sleeping chamber," whereto he rejoined, "Under Allah's ward and His good guard!" As soon as it was morning a handmaid came to him and said to him, "My mistress biddeth thee to her." So he rose and followed her and, as he drew near her lodging, the damsel welcomed him with smitten tabrets and songs of greeting, and led him through a great door of ivory studded with pearls and jewels. Thence they passed with him into a tall and spacious hall, at the upper end of which was a wide dais carpeted with all kinds of silks. and round it open lattices commanding a view of trees and streams. About the saloon were figures carved in human form, and fashioned on such wise that the air passed through them and set in motion musical instruments within, so that the beholder would fancy they spoke. Here sat the young lady looking at the figures, but when she saw Sharrkan, she sprang to her feet and, taking him by the hand, made him sit down by her side and asked him how he had passed the night. He blessed her and the two sat talking awhile till she asked him, "Knowest thou aught touching lovers and slaves of love?" And he answered, "Yes, I wot somewhat in verse on that matter." "Let me hear it," quoth she; so he began quoting, "Pleasure and health, good cheer, good appetite, to Azzah freest with our name and fame. By Allah, would I near her off she flies, a tangent granting, less the more I claim. I dot on Azzah, but when clear I off, my rivals clears me too that dearest dame. Like wandering wight that chose for shade a cloud, which ere siesta done thin air became." When she heard this she said, "Verily 𝐋𝐻𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 was superlative in his praise of Asa when he sang, and she began to recite: Did Asa deal behest to Sun o' Noon, the Judge had judged her beauty's bestest boon, and girls who come to me and carp at her, God make their rosy cheeks her sandal shoon. And indeed, quoth she, it was said that Asa boasted exceeding beauty and loveliness. Then she asked Sharrkan, saying, "O Prince, cost thou know aught of Jamil's verses of Buthaynah? If so, repeat to us somewhat of them." And he answered, "Yes, I know them better than any." Whereupon he began, repeating these couplets: Jamil in holy war go fight. To me they say, what war, save fight for fair ones, would I ever essay? To me their every word and work are mere delight, and martyrs' crep I all they slay in fight and fray. And ask I, O Buthaynah, what's this love, I pray, which eats my heart? Quoth she, "'Twill stay for ever and aye. And when I cry, of wit's return some small display, for daily use," quoth she, "far, far 'tis fled away. Thou seek'st my death, naught else thy will can satisfy, While I no goal espy, save thee and thee alway." "Thou hast spoken right well," said she, "O King's son, and Jamil also spoke excellently well. But what would Buthaynah have done with him that he says in his hemistich, 'Thou seek'st my death, naught else thy will can satisfy'?" "O my lady," quoth Sharrkan, "she wills to do him what thou willst to do with me, and even that will not satisfy thee." She laughed at his opportune reply and they ceased not carousing till day put out her light and night came in darkness dight. Then she rose and went to her dormitory and slept, while Sharrkan slept in his place till morning dawned. As soon as he awoke, the handmaids came to him with tabrets and other instruments of mirth and merriment, as wont, and kissing the ground between his hands, said to him, "Bismillah! In Allah's name be so kind as to come! Our mistress biddeth thee to her presence." So he rose and accompanied the slave girls who surrounded him, playing on tabrets and other instruments of music, till they passed from that saloon into another and yet more spacious hall, decorated with pictured likenesses and figures of birds and beasts, passing all description. Sharrkan marvelled at the art and artifice of the place and began reciting: He plucks fruits of her necklace in rivalry, and her breast pearls that bedded in gold mine lie. Pure water on silvern bars is her brow, and her cheeks show roses with rubies vie. Meseems in her eyne that the violet's hue lies purpling set in the ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 dye. When the lady saw Sharrkan, she stood up to him in honour and, taking his hand, seated him by her side and asked, "O son of King Omar bin al Nu'uman, hast thou any cunning in the game of chess?" "Yes," he answered, "but do not thou with me as said the poet, I speak, and longing love upties me and unties me, till with her honey dew of inner lip she plies me. I brought the chess board and my liefest lover plays me with white and black, but black come white never satisfies me. 'Twas as if king for castle I were fain to place me, till wilful loss of game atwixt two queens surprise me. And if I seek to read intent in eyes that eye me, O man, that glance askance with hint of wish defies me." Then she brought the chess board and played with him; but Sharrkan, instead of looking at her moves, kept gazing at her fair mouth and putting knight in place of elephant and elephant instead of knight. She laughed and said to him, "If thy play be after this fashion, thou knowest naught of the game." "This is only our first," replied he; "judge not by this bout." When she beat him, he replaced the pieces in position and played again with her; but she beat him a second time, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. So she turned to him and said, "Thou art beaten in everything." And he replied, "O my lady, how should one playing with the like of thee avoid being beaten?" Then she bade bring food, and they ate and washed their hands, after which the wine was set before them and they drank. Presently she took the dulcimer, for her hand was cunning in smiting it, and she began repeating to an accompaniment these couplets, "'Twixt the close tied and open wide no medium fortune knoweth; now ebb and flow, then flow and ebb, this wise her likeness shows. Then drink her wine, the sign she's thine, and smiling thou dost find her. Anon she'll fall and fare away, when all thy good forth goes." They ceased not to carouse till nightfall, and this day was pleasanter ever than the first. When darkness set in, the lady betook her to her dormitory, leaving him alone with the handmaids. So he threw himself on the ground and slept till dawn, when the damsels came to him with tambourines and other instruments, according to custom. Seeing them, he roused him hastily and sat up, and they carried him to their mistress, who came to meet him and, taking him by the hand, seated him by her side. Then she asked him how he had passed his night, whereat he prayed that her life be prolonged, and she took the lute and sang to it these verses which she improvised: "Never incline thee to part which embitters the heart; Even the sun, when he sets, shall in pallor depart." While they were solacing themselves after this fashion, behold, there arose a great and sudden clamour, and a confused crowd of knights and men rushed in, holding drawn swords that glittered and gleamed in their hands, and cried aloud in the Grecian tongue, "Thou hast fallen into our hands, O Sharrkan, so make thee sure of death." When he heard this, he said to himself, "By Allah, she has entrapped me and held me in play till her men should come. These are the knights with whom she threatened me, but it is I who have thrown myself into this strait." Then he turned towards the young lady to reproach her, but saw that she had changed colour and her face was pale, and she sprang to her feet and asked the crowd, "Who are ye?" "O most gracious Princess and peerless Onion Pearl," answered the leading knight, "dost thou weet who is yon man by thy side?" "Not I," she replied. "Who may he be?" Quoth the patrician, "This is of towns the highwayman. This is he who rides in the horseman's van. This is Sharrkan, son of King Omar bin al Nu'uman. This is he that forces fortalice and penetrates every impregnable place. The news of him reached King Hardub, thy father, by report of the ancient dame Zat al Dawahi; and thy sire, our sovereign, hath made sure that thou hast rendered good service to the army of the Greeks by taking captive this ominous lion." When she heard this, she looked at the knight and asked him, "What be thy name?" And he answered, "I am Masurah, son of thy slave Masurah bin Kashardha, knight of knights." "And how," quoth she, "durst thou enter my presence without leave?" Quoth he, "O my lady, when I came to the gate none forbade me, neither chamberlain nor porter, but all the doorkeepers rose and forewent us as of wont, although when others come, they leave them standing at the gate, while they ask permission to admit them. But this is not a time for long talking, when the King is expecting our return with this prince, the scorpion sting of the Islamitic host, that he may kill him and drive back his men whither they came, without the bane of battling with them." "These words be ill words," rejoined the Princess, "and Dame Zat al Dawahi lied, avouching an idle thing and a vain, whereof she weeteth not the truth; for by the virtue of the Messiah, this man who is with me is not Sharrkan, nor is he a captive, but a stranger who came to us seeking our hospitality, and I made him my guest. So even were we assured that this be Sharrkan, and were it proved to us that it is he beyond a doubt, I say it would ill befit mine honour that I should deliver into your hands one who hath entered under my protection. So make me not a traitor to my guest and a disgrace among men; but return to the King my father and kiss the ground before him, and inform him that the case is contrariwise to the report of the Lady Zat al Dawahi." "O Abrizah," replied Masurah the knight, "I cannot return to the King's majesty without his debtor and enemy." Quoth she, and indeed she had waxed very wroth, "Out on thee! Return to him with my answer and no blame shall befal thee." Quoth Masurah, "I will not return without him." Thereupon her colour changed and she exclaimed, "Exceed not in talk and vain words, for verily this man had not come in to us were he not assured that he could of himself and single handed make head against 100 riders. And if I said to him, 'Thou art Sharrkan, son of King Omar bin al Nu'uman,' he would answer, 'Yes.' But it is not of your competence to let or hinder him; for if you do so, he will not turn back from you till he has slain all that are in this place. Behold, here he is by my side, and I will bring him before you sword and targe in his hand." "Albeit I were safe from thy wrath," answered Masurah the knight, "I am not safe from that of thy father; and when I see him, I shall sign to the knights to take him captive, and we will carry him to the King bound and in abject sort." When she heard this she said, the matter shall not pass thus, for it would be blazoning mere folly. This man is but one and ye are 100 knights; so if you would attack him, come out against him, one after one, that it may appear to the king which is the valiant amongst you."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 16, Volume 2 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀🌍🌍🌀. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 16. When it was the 50th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Princess Abrizah said to the knight, This man is but one, and ye are 100. So if ye would attack him, come out against him one after one, that it may appear to the king which is the valiant." Quoth Mursa the knight, "By the truth of the Messiah, thou sayest sooth, and none but I shall sally out against him first." Quoth she, "Wait till I go to him and acquaint him with the case, and hear what answer he will make. If he consent, 'tis well; but if he refuse, ye shall on no wise come to him, for I and my handmaids, and whosoever is in the convent, will be his ransom." So she went to Sharrkan and told him the news, whereat he smiled, and knew that she had not informed any of the emirs, but that tidings of him had been bruited and blazed abroad, till the report reached the king against her wish and intent. So he again began reproaching himself, and said, "How came I to adventure and play with my life by coming to the country of the Greeks?" But hearing the young lady's proposal, he said to her, "Indeed their onset, one after one, would be overburdensome to them. Will they not come out against me 10 by 10? "That would be villainy," said she; "let one have at one." When he heard this, he sprang to his feet, and made for them with his sword and battle gear, and Mursa the knight also sprang up and bore down upon him. Sharrkan met him like a lion, and delivered a shoulder cut, which clove him to the middle, and the blade came out gleaming and glittering from his back and bowels. When the lady beheld the swashing blow, Sharrkan's might was magnified in her sight, and she knew that when she overthrew him in the wrestle, it was not by her strength, but by her beauty and loveliness. So she turned to the knights and said, "Take wreak for your chief." Thereupon out came the slain man's brother, a fierce and furious knight, and rushed upon Sharrkan, who delayed not, but smote him also with a shoulder cut, and the sword came out glittering from his vitals. Then cried the princess, "O ye servants of the Messiah, avenge your comrade!" So they ceased not charging down upon him, one after one, and Sharrkan also ceased not playing upon them with the blade, till he had slain 50 knights, the lady looking on the while. And Allah cast a panic into the hearts of the survivors, so that they held back and dared not meet him in the duel, but fell upon him in a body, and he laid on load with heart firmer than a rock, and smote them and trod them down like straw under the threshing sled, till he had driven sense and soul out of them. Then the princess called aloud to her damsels, saying, "Who is left in the convent?" And they replied, "None but the gatekeepers." Whereupon she went up to Sharrkan and took him to her bosom, he doing the same, and they returned to the palace, after he had made an end of the melee. Now there remained a few of the knights hiding from him in the cells of the monastery, and when the princess saw this, she rose from Sharrkan's side and left him for a while, but presently came back clad in closely meshed coat of ring mail and holding in her hand a fine Indian scimitar. And she said, "Now by the truth of the Messiah, I will not be a niggard of myself for my guest, nor will I abandon him, though for this I abide a reproach and a byword in the land of the Greeks." Then she took reckoning of the dead, and found that he had slain 80 of the knights, and other 20 had taken to flight. When she saw what work he had made with them, she said to him, "Allah bless thee, O Sharrkan! The cavaliers may well glory in the like of thee." Then he rose, and wiping his blade clean of the blood of the slain, began reciting these couplets: "How oft in the melee I've cleft the array, and given their bravest to lions a prey. Ask of me and of them when I prove me proud over creation on days of the foray and fray, when I left in the onslaught their lions to lay on the sand of the lowlands in fieriest day." When he ended his verse, the princess came up to him with smiles and kissed his hand. Then she doffed her hauberk, and he said to her, "O lady mine, wherefore didst thou don that coat of mail and bear thy brand?" "To guard thee against these caitiffs," she replied. Then she summoned the gatekeepers and asked them, "How came ye to admit the king's knights into my dwelling without leave of me?" And they answered, "O princess, it is not our custom to ask leave of thee for the king's messengers, and especially for the chief of his knights." Quoth she, "I think you were minded only to disgrace me and murder my guest," and bade Sharrkan smite their necks. He did so, and she cried to the rest of her servants, "Of a truth they deserved even more than that." Then turning to Sharrkan, she said to him, "Now that there hath become manifest to thee what was concealed, thou shalt be made acquainted with my history. Know, then, that I am the daughter of King Hardub of Rome. My name is Shahryar, and the ancient dame 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝔍𝐻𝔀 is my grandmother by the sword's side. She it certainly is who told my father of thee, and as surely she will compass as light to slay me. More by token as thou hast slain my father's chivalry, and it is noised abroad that I have separated myself from the Nazareans, and have become no better than I should be with the Moslems. Wherefore it were wiser that I leave this dwelling while Zat al-Dawahi is on my track. But I require of thee the like kindness and courtesy I have shown thee, for enmity will surely befall between me and my father on thine account. So do not thou neglect to do aught that I shall say to thee, remembering all this betided me not save by reason of thee." Hearing her words, Sharrkan joyed greatly. His breast broadened, and his wits flew from him for delight, and he said, "By Allah, none shall come at thee while life is in my bosom. But hast thou patience to bear parting from thy parents and thy people?" "Even so," she answered, and Sharrkan swore to her, and the two plighted their troth. Then said she, "Now is my heart at ease, but there remaineth one other condition for thee." "What is it?" asked he. And she answered, "It is that thou return with thy host to thine own country." Quoth he, "O lady mine, my father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, sent me to wage war upon thy sire, on account of the treasure he plundered from the King of Constantinople, and amongst the rest 3 great jewels, noted givers of good fortune." Quoth she, "Cheer thy heart and clear thine eyes. I will tell thee the whole of the tale and the cause of our feud with the King of Constantinople. Know that we have a yearly festival, highs the convent feast, whereat kings from all quarters and the noblest women are wont to congregate. Thither also some merchants and traders with their wives and families, and the visitors abide there 7 days. I was wont to be one of them, but when there befell enmity between us, my father forbade me to be present at the festival for the space of 7 years. One year it chanced that amongst the daughters of the great who resorted to the patron, as was their custom, came a daughter of the King of Constantinople, a beautiful girl named Sophia. They tarried at the monastery 6 days, and on the 7th the folk went their ways. But Sophia said, "I will not return to Constantinople save by water." So they equipped for her a ship, in which she embarked with her suite, and making sail they put out to sea. But as they were voyaging, behold, a contrary wind caught them and drove the vessel from her course till, as fate and fortune would have it, she fell it with a Nazarene craft from the Camphor Island, carrying a crew of 500 armed Franks, who had been cruising about a long time. When they sighted the sails of the ship wherein Sophia and her women were, they gave chase in all haste, and in less than an hour they came up with her. Then they laid the grappling irons aboard her and captured her. Then taking her in tow, they made all sail for their own island, and were but a little distant from it when the wind veered round, and splitting their sails, drove them on to a shoal which lies off our coast. Thereupon we sallied forth, and, looking on them as spoil driven to us by fate, boarded and took them, and, slaying the man, made prize of the wreck, wherein we found the treasures and rarities in question, and 40 maidens, amongst whom was the king's daughter, Sophia. After the capture, we carried the princess and her women to my father, not knowing her to be a daughter of King 𝔅𝔀𝔌𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 of Constantinople, and he chose out for himself 10, including her, and divided the rest among his dependents. Presently he set apart 5 damsels, amongst whom was the king's daughter, and sent them to thy father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, together with other gifts, such as broadcloth, and woolen stuffs, and Grecian silks. Thy father accepted them, and chose out from amongst the 5 girls Sophia, daughter of King 𝔅𝔀𝔌𝔫𝔞𥗏. Nor did we hear more of her till the beginning of this year, when her father wrote to my father in words unfitting for me to repeat, rebuking him with menaces, and saying to him, 2 years ago you plundered a ship of ours, which had been seized by a band of Frankish pirates, in which was my daughter, Sophia, attended by her maidens, numbering some 60. Yet ye informed me not thereof by messenger or otherwise. Nor could I make the matter public, lest reproach befall me amongst the kings, by reason of my daughter's honor. So I concealed my case till this year, when I wrote to certain Frankish corsairs, who sought news of my daughter from the kings of the isles. By Allah, we carried her not forth of thy realm, but we have heard that King Hardub rescued her from certain pirates, and they told me the whole tale. Then he added in the writing which he writ to my father, "Except you wish to be at feud with me and design to disgrace me and dishonor my daughter, you will, the instant my letter reacheth you, send my daughter back to me. But if you slight my letter and disobey my commandment, I will assuredly make you full return for your foul dealing and the baseness of your practices." When my father read this letter and understood the contents, it vexed him, and he regretted not having known that Sophia, King Afridun's daughter, was among the captured damsels, that he might have sent her back to her sire. And he was perplexed about the case because, after so long a time, he could not send to King Omar bin al-Nu'man and demand her back from him, especially as he had lately heard that heaven had granted him boon of babe by this Sophia. So when we pondered that truth, we knew that this letter was none other but grievous calamity, and my father found nothing for it but to write an answer to King Afridun, making his excuses and swearing to him by strong oath that he knew not his daughter to be among the bevy of damsels in the ship, and setting forth how he had sent her to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, who had gotten the blessing of issue by her. When my father's reply reached King Afridun, he rose up and sat down, and roared and foamed at the mouth, crying, "What! Shall he take captive my daughter, and even her with slave girls, and pass her on from hand to hand, sending her for a gift to kings, and they lie with her without marriage contract? By the Messiah and the true faith," said he, "I will not desist till I have taken my blood vengeance for this and have wiped out my shame. And indeed I will do a deed which the chroniclers shall chronicle after me." So he bided his time till he devised a device and laid notable toils and snares, when he sent an embassy to thy father, King Omar, to tell him that which thou hast heard. Accordingly thy father equipped thee and an army with thee, and sent thee to King Afridun, whose object is to seize thee and thine army to boot. As for the 3 jewels whereof he told thy father when asking his aid, there was not one soothfast word in that matter, for they were with Sophia, his daughter, and my father took them from her when he got possession of her and of her maidens, and gave them to me in free gift, and they are now with me. So go thou to thy host, and turn them back ere they be led deep into, and shut in by, the land of the bevy of damsels in the ship, and setting forth the Franks and the country of the Greeks. For as soon as you have come far enough into their interior, they will stop the roads upon you, and there will be no escape for you till the day of retribution and retaliation. I know that thy troops are still halting where thou leftest them, because thou didst order a 3 days' rest. Withal they have missed thee all this time, and they wot not what to do." When Sharrkan heard her words, he was absent a while in thought. Then he kissed Princess Abrizah's hand and said, "Praise be to Allah, who hath bestowed thee on me, and appointed thee to be the cause of my salvation, and the salvation of whoso is with me. But 'tis grievous to me to part from thee, and I know not what will become of thee after my departure." "Go now to thine army," she replied, "and turn them back while ye are yet near your own country. If the envoys be still with them, lay hand on them and keep them, that the case may be made manifest to you. and after 3 days I will be with you, and we will enter Baghdad together." As he turned to depart, she said, "Forget not the compact which is between me and thee." Then she rose to bid him farewell, and embrace him and quench the fire of desire. So she took leave of him, and throwing her arms round his neck, wept with exceeding weeping, and repeated these verses: "I bade adieu, my right hand wiped my tears away, the while my left hand held her in a close embrace. Fearest thou not," quoth she, "of shame?" I answered, "Nay, the lover's parting day is lover's worst disgrace." Then Sharrkan left her and walked down from the convent. They brought his steed, so he mounted and rode downstream to the drawbridge, which he crossed, and presently threaded the woodland paths and passed into the open meadow. As soon as he was clear of the trees, he was aware of horsemen, which made him stand on the alert, and he bared his brand and rode cautiously. But as they drew near and exchanged curious looks, he recognized them, and behold, it was the Wazir Dandan and 2 of his emirs. When they saw him and knew him, they dismounted, and saluting him, asked the reason of his absence. Whereupon he told them all that had passed between him and Princess Abrizah from first to last. The Wazir returned thanks to Almighty Allah for his safety, and said, "Let us at once leave these lands, for the envoys who came with us are gone to inform the king of our approach, and haply he will hasten to fall on us and take us prisoners." So Sharrkan cried to his men to saddle and mount, which they did, and setting out at once, they stinted not, faring till they reached the soul of the valley wherein the host lay. The ambassadors, meanwhile, had reported Sharrkan's approach to their king, who forthright equipped a host to lay hold of him and those with him. But Sharrkan, escorted by the Wazir Dandan and the 2 emirs, had no sooner sighted the army that he raised the cry, "March! March!" They took horse on the instant, and fared through the first day and second and third day, nor did they cease faring for 5 days, at the end of which time they alighted in a well-wooded valley, where they rested a while. Then they again set out, and stayed not riding for 25 days, which placed them on the frontiers of their own country. Here, deeming themselves safe, they halted to rest. And the country people came out to them with guest gifts for the men, and provender and forage for their beasts. They tarried there 2 days, after which, as all would be making for their homes, Sharrkan put the Wazir Dandan in command, bidding him lead the host back to Baghdad. But he himself remained behind with 100 riders, till the rest of the army had made 1 day's march. Then he called "To horse!" and mounted with his 100 men. They rode on 2 parasangs space, till they arrived at a gorge between 2 mountains, and lo! there arose before them a dark cloud of sand and dust. So they checked their steeds a while, till the dust opened and lifted, discovering beneath it 100 cavaliers, lion-faced and in mail coat cased. As soon as they drew within earshot of Sharrkan and his Maini, they cried out to them, saying, "By the virtue of John and Mary, we have won to our wish. We have been following you by forced marches, night and day, till we forewent you to this place. So dismount and lay down your arms and yield yourselves, that we may grant you your lives." When Sharrkan heard this, his eyes stood out from his head, and his cheek flushed red, and he said, "How is it, O Nazarene dogs, ye dare enter our country and overmatch our land? And doth not this suffice you, but you must adventure yourselves and address us in such unseemly speech. Do you think to escape out of our hands and return to your country?" Then he shouted to his 100 horsemen, "Up and at these hounds, for they even you in number." So saying, he bared his sabre and bore down on them, he and his. But the Franks met them with hearts firmer than rocks, and white dashed against white, and knight dashed upon knight, and hot waxed the fight, and sore was the affright, and nor parley nor cries of quarter helped their plight. And they stinted not to charge and to smite, right hand meeting right, nor to hack and hew with blades bright white, till day turned to night, and gloom oppressed the sight. Then they drew apart, and Sharrkan mustered his men, and found none wounded, save 4 only, who showed hurts, but not death hurts. Said he to them, "By Allah, my life long have I waded in the clashing sea of fight, and I have met many a gallant sprite, but none so unfrightened of the sword that smites, and the shock of men that affrights, like these valiant knights." "Know, O king," said they, "that there is among them a Frankish cavalier, who is their leader, and indeed he is a man of valor, and fatal is his spear thrust. But by Allah, he spares us, great and small, for whoso falls into his hands, he lets him go, and forbears to slay him. By Allah, had he willed, he had killed us all." Sharrkan was astounded when he heard what the knight had done, and such high report of him. So he said, "When the morn shall morrow, we will draw out and defy them, for we are 100 to their 100, and we will seek aid against them from the Lord of the heavens." So they rested that night in such intent, whilst the Franks gathered around their captain and said, "Verily this day we did not win our will of these." And he replied, "At early dawn, when the morrow shall morn, we will draw out and challenge them, one after one." They also rested in that mind, and both camps kept guard until Almighty Allah sent the light of day dawn. Thereupon King Sharrkan and his 100 riders took horse and rode forth to the plain, where they found the Franks ranged in line of battle. And Sharrkan said to his followers, "Our foes have determined like ourselves to do their devour, so up and at them and lay on load." Then came forth an herald of the Franks, and cried out, saying, "Let there be no general engagement betwixt us this day, save by the duello, a champion of yours against a champion of ours." Whereupon one of Sharrkan's riders dashed out from the ranks, and craved between the 2 lines, crying, "Ho, who is for smiting? Let no dastard engage me this day, nor netherling." Hardly had he made an end of his vaunt, when there sallied forth to him a Frankish cavalier, armed cap-à-pied, and clad in a surcoat of gold stuff, riding on a grey-white steed, and he had no hair on his cheeks. He urged his charger on to the midst of the battle plain, and the 2 fell to derring do of cut and thrust. But it was not long before the Frank foined the Moslem with a lance point, and toppling him from his steed, took him prisoner, and led him off crestfallen. His folk rejoiced in their comrade, and forbidding him to go out again to the field, sent forth another, to whom sallied out another Moslem, brother to the captive, and offered him battle. The 2 fell to, either against other, and fought for a little while, till the Frank bore down upon the Moslem, and falsing him with a feint, tumbled him by a thrust of the lance heel from his destrier, and took him prisoner. After this fashion the Moslems ceased not dashing forwards, one after one, and the Franks to unhorse them and take them captive, till day departed, and the night with darkness upstarted. Now they had captured of the Moslems 20 cavaliers, and when Sharrkan saw this, it was grievous to him, and he mustered his men and said to them, "What is this thing that hath befallen us? To-morrow I myself will go forth to the field, and offer singular combat to their chief, and learn what is the cause of his entering our land, and warn him against doing battle with our band. If he persist, we will punish him with death, and if he prove peaceable, we will make peace with him." They righted on this wise, till Allah Almighty caused the morn to dawn, when mounting the twain, and drew up for battle fain. And Sharrkan was going forth to the plain, but behold, more than one half of the Franks dismounted, and remained on foot before one of them who was mounted, till they reached the midst of the battle plain. Sharrkan looked at that horseman, and lo, he was their chief. He was clad in a surcoat of blue satin, and a close-ringed mail shirt. His face was as the moon when it rises, and no hair was upon his cheeks. He had in hand an Indian scimitar, and he rode a sable steed with a white blaze on brow, like a dirham. And he smote the horse with heel till he stood almost in the midst of the field, when signing to the Moslems, he cried out in fluent Arab speech, "Ho, Sharrkan! Ho, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man! Ho, thou who forcest fortalice, and overthrowest cities and countries! Up and out to battle bout, and blade single-handed wield, with one who halves with thee the field. Thou art prince of thy people, and I am prince of mine, and whoso overcometh the adversary, him let the other's men obey, and come under his sway." Hardly had he ended his speech, when out came Sharrkan with a heart full of fury, and urging his steeds into the midst of the field, closed like a raging lion with the Franks, who encountered him with wariness and steadfastness, and met him with a meeting of warriors. Then they fell to foining and hewing, and they stinted not of onset and offset, and give and take, as they were two mountains clashing together, or two seas together dashing. Nor did they cease fighting until day darkened, and night starkened. Then they drew apart, and each returned to his own party. But as soon as Sharrkan forgathered with his comrades, he said, "Never looked I on the like of this cavalier. He hath one quality I have not yet seen in any, and this it is that, when his foeman uncovereth a place for a death blow, he reverseth his weapon, and smiteth with a lance heel. In very deed I know not what will be the issue twixt him and me, but 'tis my wish that he had in our host his like, and the like of his men." Then he went to his rest for the night, and when morning dawned, the Frank came forth and rode down to the mid-field, where Sharrkan met him, and they fell to fighting and to wheeling, left and right, and necks were stretched out to see the sight, nor did they stint from strife and sword play and lunge of lance with main and might, till the day turned to night, and darkness overwhelmed the light. Then the twain drew asunder, and returned each to his own camp, where both related to their comrades what had befallen them in the duello. And at last the Frank said to his men, "To-morrow shall decide the matter." So they both passed the night restfully till dawn, and as soon as it was day, they mounted, and each bore down on other, and ceased not to fight, till half the day was done. Then the Frank bethought him of a ruse, first urging his steed with heel, and then checking him with the rein, so that he stumbled and fell with his rider. Thereupon Sharrkan threw himself on the foe, and would have smitten him with the sword, fearing lest the strife be prolonged, when the Frank cried out to him, "O Sharrkan, champions are not wont to do thus. This is the act of a man accustomed to be beaten by a woman." When Sharrkan heard this, he raised his eyes to the Frank's face, and gazing steadfastly at him, recognized in him Princess Abrizah, with whom that pleasant adventure had befallen him in the convent. Whereupon he cast brand from hand, and kissing the earth before her, asked her, "What moved thee to a deed like this?" And she answered, "I desire to prove thy prowess afield, and test thy doughtiness in tilting and jousting. These that are with me are my handmaids, and they are all clean maids, yet they have vanquished thy horsemen in fair press and stress of plain, and had not my steed stumbled with me, thou shouldst have seen my might and prowess in combat." Sharrkan smiled at her speech, and said, "Praise be to Allah for safety, and for my reunion with thee, O Queen of the Age." Then she cried out to her damsels to loose the 20 captives of Sharrkan's troop and dismount. They did as she bade, and came and kissed the earth before her and Sharrkan, who said to them, "It is the like of you that kings keep in store for the need hour." Then he signed to his comrades to salute the princess, so all alighted and kissed the earth before her, for they knew the story. After this, the whole 200 took horse, and fared on night and day for 6 days' space, till they drew near to Baghdad, when they halted, and Sharrkan bade Abrizah and her handmaids doff the Frankish garb that was on them. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 16 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀🐶. Section 17, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀🐶. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 17. When it was the 51st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharrkan bade Princess Abrizah and her damsels doff the garb that was on them, and don the garments of daughters of Greece." And thus did they. Then he dispatched a company of his companions to Baghdad to acquaint his father Omar bin al-Nu'man with his arrival, and report that he was accompanied by Princess Abrizah, daughter of King Hardub, lord of Grishaland. They halted forthright in the place they had reached, and Sharrkan also halted, and all alighted there. And when Almighty Allah made morning dawn, Sharrkan and his company, and Abrizah and her company, took horse, and fared on towards the city. When lo! on the way they met the Wazir Dandan, who had come out amongst 1,000 horse to honor Abrizah and Sharrkan, by a special commandment of King Omar, son of al-Nu'man. When the two drew near, they turned towards them, and kissed ground before them. Then they mounted again and escorted them into the city, and went up with them to the palace. Sharrkan walked in to his father, who rose and embraced him and questioned him of his case. So he told him all that Abrizah had told him, and what had passed between them, and said, "She hath parted from her sire, and departed from her reign, and hath chosen to take part with us, and make her abode with us. And indeed," he said to his father, "the king of Constantinople hath plotted to do us a mischief, because of his daughter Sophia, for that the king of Greece had made known to him her story, and the cause of her being given to thee. And he, the Grecian king, not knowing her to be daughter of King Afridun, lord of Constantinople, and had he known that, he would not have bestowed her upon thee, but he would have restored her to her parent. And of a verity," he continued, "we were saved from these perils only by the lady Abrizah, and never saw we a more valiant than she." And he went on to tell his father all that had passed from first to last, of the wrestling and the single fighting. When King Omar heard the story of Sharrkan, Abrizah was exalted in his eyes, and he longed to see her and question her. Thereupon Sharrkan went out to her and said, "The king calleth for thee." She replied, "I hear and I obey." And he took her and brought her in to his father, who was seated on his throne, and who, having dismissed his high officers, was attended only by his eunuchs. The princess entered, and kissing the ground between his hands, saluted him in choice terms. He was amazed at her eloquent speech, and thanked her for her dealing with his son Sharrkan, and bade her be seated. So she sat down and unveiled her face. And when the king saw her beauty, his reason fled his head, and he made her draw near and showed her favour, appointing her an especial palace for herself and her damsels, and assigning them solde and allowances. Then began he to ask her of the 3 jewels aforesaid, and she answered, "Here be they with me, O king of the age." So saying, she rose, and going to her lodging, unpacked her baggage, and from it brought out a box, and from the box a casket of gold. She opened the casket, and taking out those 3 jewels, kissed them and gave them to the king. Then she went away, bearing his heart with her. After her going, the king sent for his son Sharrkan, and gave him 1 jewel of the 3, and when he enquired of the other 2, replied, "O my son, I mean to give one to thy brother Zau al-Makan, and the other to thy sister Nuzhat al-Zaman." But when Sharrkan heard that he had a brother, for to that time he knew only of his sister, he turned to his sire and said to him, "O king, hast thou a son other than myself?" He answered, "Yes, and he is now 6 years old," adding that his name was Zau al-Makan, and that he and Nuzhat al-Zaman were twins, born at a birth. This news was grievous to Sharrkan, but he kept his secret, and said, "The blessing of Allah Most High be upon them." And he cast the jewel from his hand, and shook the dust off his clothes. Quoth the king, "How do I see thee change thy manner when hearing of this, considering that after me thou becomest heir of the kingdom? Of a truth, the troops have sworn to thee, and the emirs and grandees have taken the oath of succession to thee, and this one of the 3 jewels is thine." Sharrkan bowed his head to the ground, and was ashamed to bandy words with his parent, so he accepted the jewel and went away, knowing not what to do for exceeding wrath, and stayed not, walking till he had entered Abrizah's palace. As he approached, she stood up to meet him and thanked him for what he had done, and prayed for blessings on him and his sire. Then she sat down and seated him by her side, But when he had taken his place, she saw rage in his face, and questioned him. Whereupon he told her that Allah had blessed his father with 2 children by Sophia, a boy and a girl, and that he had named the boy 𝔍𝔶𝔶𝔶𝔶𝔶 and the girl 𝑛ushat-al-Zaman, adding, "He hath kept the other 2 jewels for them, and hath given me one of thine, so I left it behind. I knew not of 𝔍𝔶𝔶𝔶𝔶's birth till this day, and the twain are now 6 years old. So when I learned this, wrath possessed me, and I tell thee the reason of my rage, and hide nothing from thee. But now I fear lest my father take thee to wife, for he loveth thee, and I saw in him signs of desire for thee. So what wilt thou say if he wish this?" Quoth she, "Know, O Sharrkan, that thy father hath no dominion over me, nor can he have me without my consent, and if he prevail over me by force, I will take my own life. As for the 3 jewels, it was not my intent that he should give any of them to either of his children, and I had no thought but that he would lay them up in his treasury with his things of price. But now I desire of thy favour that thou make me a present of the jewel which he gave thee, if thou have accepted it." "Hearkening and obedience," replied Sharrkan, and gave it to her. Then said she, "Fear nothing," and talked with him a while, and continued, "I fear lest my father hear that I am with you, and sit not patiently under my loss, but do his endeavour to find me, and to that end he may ally himself with King Afridun on account of his daughter Sophia, and both come on thee with armies, and so there befall great turmoil." When Sharrkan heard these words, he said to her, "O my lady, if it please thee to sojourn with us, take no thought of them, though there gather together against us all that be on land and on sea." "'Tis well," rejoined she, "and if ye entreat me fair, I will tarry with you, and if ye deal evilly by me, I will depart from you." Then she bade her slave maidens bring food, so they set the tables, and Sharrkan ate a little, and went away to his own house, disturbed and perturbed. Such was his case. But regarding the affairs of his father, Omar bin al-Nu'man, after dismissing his son Sharrkan, he rose, and taking the other 2 jewels, betook himself to the Lady Sophia, who stood up when she saw him, and remained standing till he was seated. Presently his 2 children, 𝔍𝔶𝔶𝔶𝔶 and Nushat-al-Zaman, came to him, and he kissed them and hung a jewel round each one's neck, at which they rejoiced and kissed his hands. Then went they to their mother, who joyed in their joy, and wished the king long life. So he asked her, "Why hast thou not informed me all this time that thou art the daughter of King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, that I might have honoured thee still more, and enlarged thee in dignity, and raised thy rank?" "O king," answered Sophia, "and what could I desire greater or higher than this my standing with thee, overwhelmed as I am with thy favours and thy benefits? And furthermore, Allah hath blessed me with 2 children by thee, a son and a daughter." Her reply pleased the king, and after leaving her, he set apart for her and her children a wondrous fine palace. Moreover, he appointed for them eunuchs, and attendants, and doctors of law, and doctors of philosophy, and astrologers, and physicians, and surgeons, to do them service. And in every way he redoubled his favour, and entreated them with the best of treatment. And presently he returned to the palace of his dominion, and to his court, where he distributed justice among the lieges. So far concerning him and Sophia and her children. But in the matter of Abrizah, the king was greatly occupied with love of her, and burnt with desire of her night and day. And every night he would go in to her and converse with her and pay his court to her. But she gave him no answer, only saying, O king of the age, I have no desire for man at this present. When he saw her withdraw from him, his passion waxed hotter, and his longing and pining increased until, when weary of this, he summoned his Wazir Dandan, and opening his very heart to him, told him of his love for Princess Abrizah, daughter of Ardub, and informed him how she refused to yield to his wishes, and how desire for her was doing him to die, for that he could get no grace of her. The Wazir, hearing these words, said to the king, As soon as it is dark night, take thou a piece of bang, the measure of a miskal, about an ounce, and go in to her and drink somewhat of wine with her. When the hour of ending the carousel shall draw near, fill her a last cup, and dropping therein the bang, give it to her to drink, and she will not reach her sleeping chamber ere the drug take effect on her. Then do thou go in to her and take thy will of her, and such is my advice. Thy rede is all right, quoth the king, and seeking his treasury, he took thence a piece of concentrated bang. If an elephant smelt it, he would sleep from ear to ear. This he put in his bosom pocket, and waited till some little of the night went by, when he betook himself to the palace of Princess Abrizah, who, seeing him, stood up to receive him. But he bade her sit down. So she sat down, and he sat by her, and he began to talk with her of wine and wassail, whereupon she furnished the kerosene table and placed it before him. Then she set on the drinking vessels and lighted the candles, and ordered to bring dried fruits and sweet meats, and all that pertaineth to drinking. So they fell to tippling, and the king ceased not to pledge her, till drunkenness crept into her head. And seeing this, he took out the bit of bang from his pocket, and holding it between his fingers, filled the cup with his one hand, and drank it off. Then, filling a second, he said, To thy companionship, and dropped the drug into her cup, she knowing naught of it. She took it and drank it off. Then she rose and went to her sleeping chamber. He awaited for less than an hour, till he was assured that the dose had taken effect on her, and had robbed her of her senses, when he went in to her and found her thrown on her back, and she had doffed her petticoat trousers, and the air raised the skirt of her shift, and discovered what was between her thighs. When the king saw the state of things, and found a lighted candle at her head, and another at her feet, shining upon what her thighs enshrined, he took leave of his five senses for lust, and Satan seduced him, and he could not master himself, but put off his trousers, and fell upon her, and abated her maidenhead. Then he rose off her, and went to one of her women, by name Marjanah, and said, Go in to thy lady, and speak with her. So she went in to her mistress, and found her lying on her back insensible, with the blood running down to the calves of her legs. Whereupon she took a kerchief, and wiped away the blood, and lay by her that night. As soon as Almighty Allah brought the dawn, the handmaid Marjanah washed her mistress's hands and feet, and brought rose water, and bathed her face and mouth with it. Whereupon she sneezed and yawned, and cast up from her inside that bit of bang like a bolus. Then she revived, and washed her hands and mouth, and said to Marjanah, Tell me what hath befallen me. So she told her what had passed, and how she had found her lying on her back, with the blood running down, wherefore she knew that King Omar bin al-Nu'man had lain with her, and had undone her, and taken his will of her. And this she grieved with exceeding grief, and retired into privacy, saying to her damsels, Deny me to whoso would come in to me, and say to him that I am ill, till I see what Allah will do with me. Presently the news of her sickness came to the king, so he sent her sherbets and sugar electuaries. Some months she thus passed in solitude, during which time the king's flame cooled, and his desire for her was quenched, so that he abstained from her. Now she had conceived by him, and when 3 months of child breeding had gone by, her pregnancy appeared, and her belly swelled, and the word was straitened upon her. So she said to her handmaid Marjanah, Know that it is not the folk who have wronged me, but I who sinned against my own self, in that I left my father and mother and country. Indeed, I abhor life, for my spirit is broken, and neither courage nor strength is left me. I used, when I mounted my steed, to have the mastery of him, but now I am unable to ride. If I be brought to bed among them, I shall be dishonored before my handwomen, and every one in the palace will know that he hath taken my maidenhead in the way of shame. And if I return to my father, with what face shall I meet him, or with what face shall I have recourse to him? How well, quoth the poet, say, what shall solace one who hath nor home, nor stable steed, nor cup companion, nor a cup, nor place to house his head? Marjanah answered her, 'Tis thine to command, I will obey. And Abrizah said, I desire at once to leave this place secretly, so that none shall know of me but thou, and return to my father and my mother, for when flesh stinketh, there is naught for it but its own folk, and Allah shall do with me even as He will. O Princess, Marjanah replied, what thou wouldest do is well. Then she made matters ready, and kept her secret, and waited for some days till the king went out to chase and hunt, and his son Sharrkan betook himself to certain of the fortress to sojourn there a while. Then said she to Marjanah, I wish to set out this night, but how shall I do against my destiny? For already I feel the pangs of labor and childbirth, and if I abide other 4 or 5 days, I shall be brought to bed here, and I shall be unable to travel to my country. But this is what was written on my forehead. Then she considered a while, and said to Marjanah, Look us out a man who will go with us and serve us by the way, for I have no strength to bear arms. By Allah, O my lady, replied Marjanah, I know none but a black slave called Al-Kasban, who is one of the slaves of King Omar bin al-Nu'man. He is a valiant wight, and he keepeth guard at our palace gate. The king appointed him to attend us, and indeed we have overwhelmed him with our favors. So, look'ee, I will go out and speak with him of this matter, and promise him some money, and tell him that, if he have a mind to tarry with us, I will marry him to whom he will. He told me before to-day that he had been a highwayman, so if he consent to us, we shall win our wish and reach to our own land. She rejoined, Call him, that I may talk with him. Whereupon Marjanah fared forth, and said to the slave, O Kasban, Allah prosper thee, so thou fall in with what my lady saith to thee. Then she took him by the hand, and brought him to the princess, whose hands he kissed. But as she beheld him, her heart took fright at him. However, she said to herself, of a truth, need giveth the law. And she approached to speak with him, yet her heart started away from him. Presently she said, O husband, say me, wilt thou help me against the perfidies of fortune, and conceal my secret if I discover it to thee? When the slave saw her, his heart was taken by storm, and he fell in love with her forthright, and could not but reply, O my mistress, whatsoever thou biddest me do, I will not depart therefrom. Quoth she, I would have thee take me at this hour, and take this my handmaid, and saddle us 2 camels, and 2 of the king's horses, and set on each horse a saddle bag of goods, and somewhat of provaunt, and go with us to our own country, where, if thou desire to abide with us, I will marry thee to her thou shalt choose of my handmaidens, or if thou prefer return to thine own land, we will marry thee and give thee whatso thou desires, after thou hast taken of money what shall satisfy thee. When 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝐍𝐶𝔅 heard this, he rejoiced with great joy and replied, O my lady, I will serve both of you with mine eyes, and will go at once and saddle the horses. Then he went away gladsome, and saying to himself, I shall get my will of them, and if they will not yield to me, I will kill them both and take their riches. But he kept this his intent to himself, and presently returned with 2 camels and 3 head of horses, one of which he rode. And Princess Abrizah made Marjanah mount the second, she mounting the third, albeit she was in labour pains, and possessed not her soul for anguish. And the slave ceased not travelling with them night and day through the passes of the mountains, till they remained but musingly marched between them and their own country, when the travail pangs came upon Abrizah, and she could no longer resist. So she said to 𝔅𝔌𝐍𝐶𝐍𝐶, Set me down, for the pains of labour are upon me. And cried to Marjanah, Do thou alight, and sit by me, and deliver me. Then Marjanah dismounted from her horse, and 𝔅𝔌𝐍𝐶𝐍𝐶 did in like sort, and they made fast the bridles, and helped the princess to dismount, for she was aswoon from excess of anguish. When 𝔅𝔌𝐍𝐶𝐍𝐶 saw her on the ground, Satan entered into him, and he drew his falchion, and brandishing it in her face, said, O my lady, vouchsafe me thy favours. Hearing these words, she turned to him and said, It remaineth for me only that I yield me to negro slaves, after having refused kings and braves. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 17 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐶. Section 18, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐶. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 18. When it was the 52nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Princess Abrizah said to the black slave 𝔅𝔌𝐍𝐶𝐍𝐶, It remaineth for me only that I yield me to negro slaves, after having refused kings and braves. And she was wroth with him, and cried, Woe to thee! What words are these thou sayest? Out on thee, and talk not thus in my presence, and know that I will never consent to what thou sayest, though I drink the cup of death. Wait till I have cast my burden, and am delivered of the afterbirth, and then, if thou be able thereto, do with me as thou wilt. But, an thou leave not lewd talk at this time, assuredly I will slay myself with my own hand, and be at peace from all this. And she began reciting extempore. O spare me, thou 𝔅𝔍𝐍𝐍𝐻, indeed enow for me are heavy strokes of time, mischief, and misery. Whoredom, my lord, forfends to all humanity. Quoth he, who breaks my bidding, hell for home shall see. And if thou leave not suing me to whoredom's way, against the Almighty choicest gift, my chastity, upon my tribesmen I with might and main will call, and gather all, however far or near they be. And with ℍ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 blade, were I in peace hewn, ne'er shall he sight my face, who makes for villainy the face of free-born, come of noble folk and brave. What then can be to me the seed of whoresome's slave? When 𝔅𝔍𝐍𝐻 heard these lines, he was wroth exceedingly. His eyes reddened with blood, and his face became a dusty gray. His nostrils swelled, his lips protruded, and the repulsiveness of his aspect redoubled. And he repeated these couplets: O thou ℍ𝔂𝐻𝐽, mercy, leave me not, for I of thy love and ℍ𝔂𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥬡 glance the victim lie. My heart is cut to pieces by thy cruelty, my body wasted, and my patience done to die. From glances ravishing all hearts with witchery, reason far flies, the wild desire to thee draws nigh. Though at thy call should armies fill the face of earth, even now I'd win my wish, and words in arms defy. When ℍ𝔂𝐻𝐽 heard these words, she wept with sore weeping, and said to him, Woe to thee, O 𝔅𝔍𝐍𝐻! How dareth the like of thee to address me such demand, O base born and obscene bred? Dost thou deem all folk are alike? When the vile slave heard this from her, he waxed more enraged, and his eyes grew redder, and he came up to her, and smiting her with a sword on her neck, wounded her to her death. Then he drove her horse before him with the treasure, and made off with himself to the mountains. Such was the case with 𝔅𝔂𝐻𝐽. But as regards ℍ𝔂𝐻𝐽, she gave birth to a son like the moon. And Marjanah took the babe, and did him the necessary offices, and laid him by his mother's side. And lo and behold, the child fastened to its mother's breast, and she dying. When Marjanah saw this, she cried out with a grievous cry, and rent her raiment, and cast dust on her head, and buffeted her cheeks, till blood flowed, saying, Alas, my mistress! Alas, the pity of it! Thou art dead by the hand of a worthless black slave, after all thy knightly prowess. And she ceased not weeping, when suddenly a great cloud of dust arose, and walled the horizon. But after a while it lifted, and discovered a numerous conquering host. Now this was the army of King Ardub, Princess ℍ𝔂𝐻𝐽's father. And the cause of his coming was that when he heard of his daughter and her handmaids had been fled to Baghdad, and that they were with King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, he had come forth, leading those with him, to seek tidings of her from travellers who might have seen her with the king. When he had gone a single day's march from his capital, he espied 3 horsemen afar off, and made towards them, intending to ask whence they came, and seek news of his daughter. Now these 3 whom he saw at a distance were his daughter and Marjanah, and the slave 𝔅𝔂𝐻𝐽, and he made for them to push inquiry. Seeing this, the villain blackamoor feared for himself, so he killed ℍ𝔂𝐻𝐽 and fled for his life. When they came up, King Ardub saw his daughter lying dead, and Marjanah weeping over her. and he threw himself off his steed, and fell fainting to the ground. All the riders of his company, the emirs and wazirs, took foot, and forthright pitched their tents on the mountain, and set up for the king a great pavilion, domed and circular, without which stood the grandees of the realm. When Marjanah saw her master, she at once recognized him, and her tears redoubled. And when he came to himself, he questioned her, and she told him all that had passed, and said, "Of a truth, he that hath slain thy daughter is a black slave belonging to King Omar bin Nu'uman." And she informed him how Sharrkan's father had dealt with the princess. When 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐍𝐶 heard this, the world grew black in his sight, and he wept with sore weeping. Then he called for a litter, and therein laying his dead daughter, returned to Caesarea, and carried her into the palace, where he went in to his mother, Zat al-Dawahi, and said to that lady of calamities, "Shall the Moslem deal thus with my girl? Verily, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman despoiled her of her honor by force, and after this one of his black slaves slew her. By the truth of the Messiah, I will assuredly take blood revenge for my daughter, and clear away from mine honor the stain of shame. Else will I kill myself with mine own hand." And he wept passing sore. Quoth his mother, "None other than Marjanah killed thy daughter, for she hated her in secret." And she continued to her son, "Fret not for taking the blood wit of thy daughter, for by the truth of the Messiah, I will not turn back from King Omar bin al-Nu'uman till I have slain him and his sons. And of a very truth I will do with him a deed passing the power of sage and knight, whereof the chroniclers shall tell chronicles in all countries and in every place. But needs must thou do my bidding in all I shall direct, for whoso be firmly set on the object of his desire shall surely compass his desire." "By the virtue of the Messiah," replied he, "I will not cross thee in aught thou shalt say." Then quoth she, "Bring me a number of handmaids, high-bosomed virgins, and summon the wise men of the age, and let them teach them philosophy, and the rules of behavior before kings, and the art of conversation and making verses, and let them talk with them of all manner science and edifying knowledge. And the sages must be Moslems, that they may teach them the language and traditions of the Arabs, together with the history of the caliphs and the ancient annals of the kings of Al-Islam. And if we persevere in this for 4 years' space, we shall gain our case. So possess thy soul in patience and wait, for one of the Arabs saith, If we take man both after years 40 the time were short to ye. When we have taught the girls these things, we shall be able to work our will with our folk. For he dotheth on women, and he hath 360 concubines, whereto are now added 100 of the flowers of thy handmaidens, who were with thy daughter, she that had found mercy. As soon as I have made an end of their education, as described to thee, I will take them and set out with them in person." When 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐶 heard his mother's words, he rejoiced and arose and kissed her head, and at once dispatched messengers and couriers to lands sundry and manifold to fetch him Moslem sages. They obeyed his commands and fared to far countries, and thence brought him the sages and the doctors he sought. When these came into presence, he honored them with notable honors, and bestowed dresses on them, and appointed to them stipends and allowances, and promised them much money, whenas they should have taught the damsels. Then he committed the handmaidens to their hands. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 53rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the sages and the doctors stood in the presence of king-Hardub, he honored them with notable honors, and committed the handmaidens to their hands, enjoining that these be instructed in all manner of knowledge, philosophy, and polite accomplishments, and they set themselves to do his bidding. Such was the case with King Hardub. But as for King Omar bin al-Nu'man, when he returned from coursing and hunting, and entered his palace, he sought Princess Abrizah, but found her not, nor any one knew of her, nor could any give him news of her. This was grievous to him, and he said, How could a lady leave the palace unknown to any? Had my kingdom been at stake in this case, it were in perilous condition, there being none to govern it. I will never again go to sport and hunt, till I have stationed at the gates those who shall keep good guard over them. And he was sore vexed, and his breast was straitened for the loss of Princess Abrizah. Hereupon, behold, his son Sharrkan returned from his journey, and the father told him what had happened, and informed him how the lady had fled, whilst he was chasing and hunting, whereat he grieved with exceeding grief. Then King Omar took to visiting his children every day, and making much of them, and brought them learned men and doctors to teach them, appointing for them stipends. When Sharrkan saw this, he raged with exceeding rage, and envied thereupon his brother and sister, till the signs of chagrin appeared on his face, and he ceased not to languish by reason of this matter. So one day his father said to him, Why do I see thee grown weak in body and yellow in face? O my father, replied Sharrkan, every time I see thee fondle my brother and sister, and make much of them, jealousy seizeth me, and I fear lest it grow on me, till I slay them, and thou slay me in return. And this is the reason of my weakness of body, and change of complexion. But now I crave of thy favour, that thou give me one of thy castles, outlying the rest, that I may abide there the remnant of my life. For as the sayer of bywords saith, absence from my friend is better and fitted for me. And whatso eye doth not perceive, that gareth not heart to grieve. And he bowed his head towards the ground. When King Omar bin al-Nu'man heard these words, and knew the cause of his ailment and of his being broken down, he soothed his heart and said to him, O my son, I grant thee this, and I have not in my reign a greater than the castle of Damascus, and the government of it is thine from this time. Thereupon he forthright summoned his secretaries of state, and bade them write Sharrkan's patent of investiture to the viceroyalty of Damascus of Syria. And when they had written it, he equipped him, and sent with him the Wazir Dandan, and invested him with the rule and government, and gave him instructions as to policy and regulations, and took leave of him. And the grandees and officers of state did likewise, and he set out with his host. When he arrived at Damascus, the townspeople beat the drums and blew the trumpets and decorated the city, and came out to meet him in great state, whilst all the notables and grandees paced in procession, and those who stood to the right of the throne walked on his right flank, and the others to his left. Thus far concerning Sharrkan. But as regards his father, Omar bin al-Nu'man, soon after the departure of his son, the children's tutors and governors presented themselves before him and said to him, "O our lord, thy children have now learnt knowledge, and they are completely versed in the rules of manners and the etiquette of ceremony." The king rejoiced thereat with exceeding joy, and conferred bountiful largesse upon the learned man, seeing Zau al-Makan grown up and flourishing and skilled in horsemanship. The prince had reached the age of 14, and he occupied himself with piety and prayers, loving the poor, the ulema, and the Koran students, so that all the people of Baghdad loved him, men and women. One day the procession of the Mahmil of Iraq passed round Baghdad before its departure for the pilgrimage to Mecca and visitation of the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. When Zau al-Makan, the Mahmil procession, he was seized with longing desire to become a pilgrim. So he went in to his sire and said, "I come to ask thy leave to make the pilgrimage." But his father forbade him, saying, "Wait till next year, and I will go, and thou too." When the prince saw that the matter was postponed, he betook himself to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, whom he found standing at prayer. As soon as she had ended her devotions, he said to her, "I am dying with desire of pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah at Mecca, and to visit the tomb of the Prophet, upon whom be peace. I asked my father's leave, but he forbade me that. So I mean to take privily somewhat of money and set out on the pilgrimage without his knowledge." "Allah upon thee," exclaimed she, "take me with thee, and deprive me not of visitation to the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep." And he answered, "As soon as it is dark night, do thou come forth from this place without telling any." Accordingly, when it was the middle of the night, she arose and took somewhat of money and donned a man's habit, and she ceased not walking to the palace gate, where she found Zau al-Makan with camels ready for marching. So he mounted and mounted her, and the two fared on till they were in the midst of the Iraqi pilgrim party, and they ceased not marching, and Allah wrought safety for them, till they entered Mecca the Holy, and stood upon Arafat, and performed the pilgrimage rites. Then they made a visitation to the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and assain, and thought to return with the pilgrims to their native land. But Zau al-Makan said to his sister, "O my sister, it is in my mind to visit the holy house, Jerusalem, and Abraham the friend of Allah, on whom be peace." "I also desire so to do," replied she. So they agreed upon this, and he fared forth and took passage for himself and her, and they made ready and set out in the ship with a company of Jerusalem palmers. That very night the sister fell sick of an anguish chill, and was grievously ill, but presently recovered, after which the brother also sickened. She tended him during his malady, and they ceased not wayfaring till they arrived at Jerusalem. But the fever increased on him, and he grew weaker and weaker. They alighted at a khan, and there hired a lodging. But Zau al-Makan's sickness ceased not to increase on him, till he was wasted with leanness and became delirious. At this his sister was greatly afflicted, and exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. This is the decree of Allah." They sojourned in that place a while, his weakness ever increasing, and she attending him, and buying necessaries for him and for herself, till all the money she had was expended, and she became so poor that she had not so much as a dirham left. Then she sent a servant of the Khan to the bazaar with some of her clothes, and he sold them, and she spent the price upon her brother. Then sold she something more, and she ceased not selling all she had, piece by piece, till nothing was left but an old rug. Whereupon she wept and exclaimed, "Verily is Allah the orderer of the past and the future." Presently her brother said to her, "O my sister, I feel recovery drawing near, and my heart longeth for a little roast meat." "By Allah, O my brother," replied she, "I have no face to beg, but tomorrow I will enter some rich man's house and serve him and earn somewhat for our living." Then she bethought herself a while and said, "Of a truth 'tis hard for me to leave thee and thou in this state, but I must despite myself." He rejoined, "Allah forbid thou wilt be put to shame, but there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah." And he wept, and she wept too. And she said, "O my brother, we are strangers who have dwelt here a full year, but none hath yet knocked at our door. Shall we then die of hunger? I know no resource but that I go out and do service and earn somewhat to keep us alive, till thou recover from thy sickness, when we will travel back to our native land." She sat weeping a while, and he wept too, propped upon his elbow. Then Nuzhat al-Zaman arose, and veiling her head with a bit of camlet, which had been of the camelier's clothes, and which the owner had forgotten and left with them, she kissed the head of her brother, and embraced him, and went forth from him, weeping and knowing not whither she should wend. And she stinted not going, and her brother Zau al-Makan awaiting her return till the supper time. But she came not, and he watched for her till the morning morrowed, but still she returned not. And this endured till 2 days went by. He was greatly troubled thereat, and his heart fluttered for her, and hunger was sore upon him. At last he left the chamber, and calling the servant of the caravanserai, said, "I wish thee to bear me to the bazaar." So he carried him to the market street, and laid him down there. And the people of Jerusalem gathered round him, and were moved to tears, seeing his condition. He signed to them, begging for somewhat to eat. So they brought him some money from certain of the merchants who were in the bazaar, and bought food and fed him therewith. After which they carried him to a shop, where they spread him a mat of palm leaves, and set an ewer of water at his head. When night fell, all the folk went away, sore concerned for him, and in the middle of the night he called to mind his sister, and his sickness redoubled on him, so that he abstained from eating and drinking, and became insensible to the world around him. Then the bazaar people arose, and took for him from the merchants 37 dirhams, and hiring a camel, said to the driver, "Carry this sick man to Damascus, and leave him in the hospital. Haply he may be cured and recover health." "On my head be it," replied the camel man. But he said to himself, "How shall I take this sick man to Damascus, and he nigh upon death?" So he carried him away to a place, and hid with him till the night, when he threw him down on the ash heap near the fire hole of a hammam, and went his way. When morning dawned, the stoker of the bath came to his work, and finding Zau al-Makan cast on his back, exclaimed, "Why did they not throw their dead body anywhere but here?" So saying, he gave him a kick, and he moved. Whereupon quoth the fireman, "Some one of you who hath eaten a bit of hashish, and hath thrown himself down in whatso place it be." Then he looked at his face, and saw his hairless cheeks, and his grace and comeliness. So he took pity on him, and knew that he was sick and a stranger in the land. And he cried, "There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah. Verily, I have sinned against this youth, for indeed the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, enjoineth honor to the stranger, more especially when the stranger is sick." Then he carried him home, and went in with him to his wife, and bade her tend him. So she spread him a sleeping rug, and set a cushion under his head. Then warmed water for him, and washed therewith his hands and feet and face. Meanwhile the stoker went to the market, and bought some rose water and sugar, and sprinkled Zau al-Makan's face with the water, and gave him to drink of the sherbet. Then he fetched a clean shirt, and put it on him. With this Zau al-Makan sniffed the zephyr of health, and recovery returned to him, and he sat up and leaned against the pillow. Hereat the fireman rejoiced and exclaimed, "Praise be to Allah for the welfare of his youth. O Allah, I beseech thee by thy knowledge of hidden things, that thou make the salvation of this youth to be at my hands." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 18 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 Section 19, Volume 2 of the Book of ℌ𝔂₀ Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Gioacchini. The Book of ℂ𝑎₂ Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 19. When it was the 54th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fireman exclaimed, O Allah, I beseech thee of thy knowledge of hidden things, that thou make this young man's life the work of my hands." And he ceased not to nurse him for 3 days, giving him to drink of sherbet of sugar and willow flower water and rose water, and doing him all manner of service and kindness, till health began to return to his body, and Zau al-Makan opened his eyes. Presently came in the fireman, and seeing him sitting up and showing signs of amendment, said to him, "What is now thy state, O my son?" "Praise be to Allah," replied Zau al-Makan, "I am well, and like to recover, if such be the will of Allah Almighty at this time." The stoker praised the Lord of all for this, and wending fast to the market, bought 10 chickens, which he carried to his wife, and said, "Kill 2 of these for him every day, one at dawn of day, and the other at fall of day." So she rose up and killed a fowl, and brought it to him boiled, and fed him with the flesh, and made him drink its broth. When he had done eating, she fetched hot water, and he washed his hands, and lay back upon the pillow, whereupon she covered him up with a coverlet, and he slept till the time of the mid-afternoon prayer. Then she arose and killed another fowl, and boiled it, after which she cut it up, and bringing it to Zau al-Makan, said, "Eat, O my son." While he was eating, behold, her husband entered, and seeing her feeding him, sat down at his head, and said to him, "How is it with thee now, O my son?" "Thanks be to Allah for recovery," he replied. "May the Almighty requite thee thy kindness to me." At this the fireman rejoiced, and going out, bought sherbet of violets and rose water, and made him drink it. Now the stoker used to work at the Hammam all day for a wage of 5 dirhams, whereupon he spent every day for Zau al-Makan 1 dirham upon sugar and sherbet of rose water and willow flower water, and another dirham for fowls. And he ceased not to entreat him thus kindly during a whole month, till the traces of illness ceased from him and he was once more sound and whole. Thereupon the fireman and his wife rejoiced and asked him, "O my son, wilt thou go with me to the bath?" Whereto he answered, "Yes." So the stoker went to the bazaar and fetched a donkey boy, and he mounted the Zau al-Makan on the ass and supported him in the saddle till they came to the bath. Then he made him sit down, and seated the donkey boy in the furnace room, and went forth to the market, and bought ayot leaves and lupin flower, with which he returned to the bath, and said to Zau al-Makan, "O my master, in Allah's name, walk in, and I will wash thy body." So they entered the inner room of the bath, and the fireman took to rubbing Zau al-Makan's legs, and began to wash his body with the leaves and meal, when there came to them a bathman, whom the bath keeper had sent to Zau al-Makan, and he, seeing the stoker washing and rubbing him, said, "This is doing injury to the keeper's rights." Replied the fireman, "The master overwhelmeth us with his favours." Then the bathman proceeded to shave Zau al-Makan's head, after which he and the stoker washed themselves and returned to the house, where he clad Zau al-Makan in a shirt of fine stuff and a robe of his own, and gave him a handsome turban and girdle and a light kerchief, which he wound about his neck. Meanwhile the fireman's wife had killed and cooked 2 chickens. So as soon as Zau al-Makan entered and seated himself on the carpet, the husband arose, and dissolving sugar in willow flower water, made him drink of it. Then he brought the food tray, and cutting up the chickens, fed him with the flesh, and gave him the broth to drink till he was satisfied. When he washed his hands, and prayed Allah for recovery, and said to the fireman, "Thou art he whom the Almighty vouchsafed to me and made the cause of my cure." "Leave this talk," replied the other, "and tell us the cause of thy coming to this city, and whence thou art. Thy face showeth signs of gentle breeding." "Tell me first how thou camest to fall in with me," said Zau al-Makan, "and after I will tell thee my story." Rejoined the fireman, "As for that, I found thee lying on the rubbish heap by the door of the fire house, as I went to my work near the morning, and knew not who had thrown thee there. So I carried thee home with me. And this is all my tale." Quoth Zau al-Makan, "Glory to Him who quickeneth the bones, though they be rotten. Indeed, O my brother, thou hast not done good save to one worthy of it, and thou shalt presently gather its fruitage." And he added, "But where am I now?" "Thou art in the city of Jerusalem," replied the stoker. Whereupon Zau al-Makan called to mind his strangerhood, and remembered his separation from his sister, and wept. Then he discovered his secret to the fireman, and told him his story, and began repeating, "In love they bore me further then my force would go, and for them made me suffer resurrection throe. Oh, have compassion cruel on this soul of mine, which since ye fared is pitied by each envious foe, nor grudge the tender mercy of one passing glance, my case to lighten, easing this excess of woe. Quoth I, Heart, bear this loss in patience. Patience cried, Take heed, no patience in such plight I'm wont to show. Then he redoubled his weeping, and the fireman said to him, Weep not, but rather praise Allah for safety and recovery. Asked Zau al-Makan, How far it is hence to Damascus? Answered the other, 6 days' journey. Then quoth Zau al-Makan, Wilt thou send me thither? O my lord, quoth the stalker, how can I allow thee to go alone, and thou a youth and a stranger to boot? If thou would journey to Damascus, I am one who will go with thee, and if my wife will listen to and obey me, and accompany me, I will take up my abode there, for it is no light matter to part with thee. Then said he to his wife, Wilt thou travel with me to Damascus of Syria, or wilt thou abide here, whilst I lead this my lord thither, and return to thee? For he is bent upon going to Damascus of Syria, and by Allah, it is hard to me to part with him, and I fear for him from highwaymen. Replied she, I will go with you both. And he rejoined, Praised be Allah for accord, and we have said the last word. Then he rose, and selling all his own goods and his wife's gear, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 55th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fireman and his wife agreed with Zau al-Makan to travel with him Damascus wards. Then the stalker sold his goods and his wife's gear, and bought a camel, and hired an ass for Zau al-Makan. And they set out, and ceased not wayfaring for 6 days, till they reached Damascus. And they arrived there towards eventide, when the fireman went forth, and as was his wont, bought some meat and drink. They had dwelt but 5 days in Damascus, when his wife sickened, and after a short illness was translated to the mercy of Almighty Allah. Her death was a heavy matter to Zau al-Makan, for he was grown used to her, as she had tended him assiduously, and the fireman grieved for her with exceeding grief. Presently the prince turned to the stalker, and finding him mourning, said to him, Grieve not, for at this gate we must all go in. Replied he, Allah make weal thy lot, O my son. Surely he will compensate us with his favours, and cause our mourning to cease. What sayest thou, O my son, about our walking abroad to view Damascus and cheer thy spirits? Replied Zau al-Makan, Thy will is mine. So the fireman arose and placed his hand in that of Zau al-Makan, and the two walked on till they came to the stables of the Viceroy of Damascus, where they found camels laden with chests and carpets and brocaded stuffs, and horses ready saddled, and Bactrian dromedaries, while Mamelukes and negro slaves and folk of the Habab were running to and fro. Quoth Zau al-Makan, I wonder to whom belong all these chattels and camels and stuffs. So he asked one of the eunuchs, Whither this dispatching? And he answered, These are presents sent by the Emir of Damascus to King Omar bin al-Nu'man with the tribute of Syria. Now when Zau al-Makan heard his father's name, his eyes brimmed over with tears, and he began repeating, O ye gone for the gaze of these rigid eyne, he whose sight in my spirit shall ever dwell. Your charms are gone, but this heart of mine hath no sweet, and no pleasures its sour dispel. If Allah's grace make us meet again, in long drawn love tale my love I'll tell. And when he had ended his verse, he wept, and the fireman said to him, O my son, we hardly believed that thy health had returned, so take heart and do not weep, for I fear a relapse for thee. And he ceased not comforting and cheering him, whilst Zau al-Makan sighed and mourned over his strangerhood and separation from his sister and his family, and tears streamed from his eyes, and he recited these couplets: Get thee provaunt in this world ere thou wend upon thy way, and know how surely death descends thy life lot to waylay. All thy worldly goods are pride, and the painfullest repine. All thy worldly life is vexing, of thy soul in vain display. Say, is not worldly one like a wanderer's place of rest, where at night he knacks his camels and moves off at dawn of day? And he continued to weep and wail over his separation, whilst the fireman also bewept the loss of his wife, yet ceasing not to comfort Zau al-Makan till morning dawned. When the sun rose, he said to him, Meseemeth thou yearnest for thy native land. Yes, replied Zau al-Makan, and I can no longer tarry here, so I will commend thee to Allah's care, and set out with these folk and journey with them, little by little, till I come to my motherland. Said the stalker, and I with thee, for of a truth I cannot bear to party with thee. I have done thee kindly service, and I mean to complete it by tending thee on thy travel. At this Zau al-Makan rejoiced and said, Allah abundantly requite thee for me, and was pleased with the idea of their travelling together. The fireman at once went forth and bought another ass, selling the camel, and laid in his provaunt, and said to Zau al-Makan, This is for thee to ride by the way, and when thou art weary of riding, thou canst dismount and walk. Said Zau al-Makan, May Allah bless thee and aid me to requite thee, for verily thou hast dealt with me more lovingly than one with his brother. Then he waited till it was dark night, when he laid his provisions and baggage on that ass, and set forth upon their journey. This much befell Zau al-Makan and the fireman. But as regards what happened to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, when she left her brother in the khan where they abode, and wrapped in the old camelet went out to seek service with some one, that she might earn wherewithal to buy him the roast meat he longed for, she fared on, weeping and knowing not whither to go, whilst her mind was occupied with thoughts of her brother and of her family and her native land. So she implored Allah Almighty to do away with these calamities from them, and began versifying: Dark falls the night, and passion comes sore pains to gar me dree, and pine upstairs those ceaseless pangs which work my tormentry, and cease not separation flames my vital to consume, and drives me on destruction way this sorrow's ecstasy, and longing breeds me restlessness, desire forever fires, and tears to all proclaim what I would keep in secrecy. No cunning shift is known to me a meeting to secure, that I may quit this sickly state, may cure my malady. The love which blazeth in my heart is fed with fancy fuel, the lover from its hell of fire must bear hell's agony. O thou who blamest me for all befell me, 'tis enough. Patient I bear whatever wrote the reed of doom for me. By love I swear I'll never be consoled, no, never more. I swear the oath of love's own slaves who know no perjury. O night, to chroniclers of love the news of me declare, that sleep hath fed mine eyelids, of thy knowledge witness bears. Then she walked on, weeping and turning right and left as she went, when behold, there espied her an old Badawi, who had come into the town from the desert, with wild Arabs other 5. The old man took note of her, and saw that she was lovely, but she had nothing on her head save a piece of 𝔅𝔀𝔫𝔫𝔞𥥬, and marvelling at her beauty, he said to himself, This charmer dazzleth men's wits, but she is in squalid condition, and whether she be of the people of this city or she be a stranger, I needs must have her. So he followed her little by little, till he met her face to face, and stopped the way before her in a narrow lane, and called out to her, asking her case, and said, Tell me, O my little daughter, art thou a free woman or a slave? When she heard this, she said to him, By thy life, do not add to my sorrows. Quoth he, Allah hath blessed me with 6 daughters, of whom 5 died, and only one is left me, the youngest of all. And I come to ask thee if thou be of the folk of this city or a stranger, that I might take thee and carry thee to her, to bear her company, so as to divert her from pining for her sisters. If thou have no kith and kin, I will make thee as one of them, and thou and she shall be as my 2 children. Nuzhat al-Zaman bowed her head in bashfulness when she heard what he said, and communed with herself, Haply I may trust myself to this old man. Then she said to him, O uncle, I am a maiden of the Arabs, and a stranger, and I have a sick brother, but I will go with thee to thy daughter on one condition, which is, that I may spend only the day with her, and at night may return to my brother. If thou strike this bargain, I will fare with thee, for I am a stranger, and I was high in Harun among my tribe, and I awoke one morning to find myself vile and abject. I came with my brother from the land of Al-Hijaz, and I fear lest he know not where I am. When the Badawi heard this, he said to himself, By Allah, I have got my desire. Then he turned to her and replied, There shall none be dearer to me than thou. I wish thee only to bear my daughter company by day, and thou shalt go to thy brother at earliest nightfall, or, if thou wilt, bring him over to dwell with us. And the Badawi ceased not to console her heart and coax her, till she trusted in him and agreed to serve him. Then he walked on before her, and when she followed him, he winked to his men to go in advance and harness the dromedaries, and load them with their packs, and place upon them water and provisions, ready for setting out as soon as he should come up with the camels. Now this Badawi was a base-born churl, a highway thief, and a traitor to the friends he held most fief, a rogue in grain, past master of plots and chicane. He had no daughter and no son, and was only passing through the town, when by the decree of the decreer he fell in with this unhappy one, and he ceased not to hold her in converse on the highway till they came without the city of Jerusalem, and when outside he joined his companions, and found they had made ready the dromedaries, So the Badawi mounted a camel, having seated Nuzhat al-Zaman behind him, and they rode on all night. Then she knew that the Badawi's proposal was a snare, and that he had tricked her, and she continued weeping and crying out the whole night long, while they journeyed on, making for the mountains, in fear any should see them. Now when it was near dawn, they dismounted from their dromedaries, and the Badawi came up to Nuzhat al-Zaman and said to her, "O city's trumpet, what is this weeping? By Allah, an thou hold not thy peace, I will beat thee to death, O thou town filth." When she heard this, she loathed life and longed for death. So she turned to him and said, "O accursed old man, O grey beard of hell, how have I trusted thee, and thou hast played me false, and now thou wouldest torture me?" When he heard her reply, he cried out, "O lazy baggage, dost thou dare to bandy words with me?" And he stood up, took her, and beat her with a whip, saying, "An thou hold not thy peace, I will kill thee." So she was silent a while. Then she called to mind her brother, and the happy estate she had been in, and she shed tears secretly. Next day she turned to the Badawi and said to him, "How couldst thou play me this trick, and lure me into these bold and stony mountains? And what is thy design with me?" When he heard her words, he hardened his heart, and said to her, "O lazy baggage of ill omen and insolent, wilt thou bandy words with me?" And he took the whip, and came down with it on her back till she felt faint. Then she bowed down over his feet and kissed them, and he left beating her, and began reviling her, and said, "By the rights of my bonnet, if I see or hear thee weeping, I will cut out thy tongue, and stuff it up thy coint, O thou city filth." So she was silent, and made him no reply, for the beating pained her, but sat down with her arms round her knees, and bowing her head upon her collar, began to look into her case and her abasement after her lot of high honour, and the beating she had endured. And she called to mind her brother and his sickness and forlorn condition, and how they were both strangers in a far country, which craved tears down her cheeks, and she wept silently, and began repeating, "Time hath for this wont to upraise and debase, nor is lasting condition for human race. In this world each thing hath appointed turn, nor may man transgress his determined place. How long these perils and woe? Ah, woe for a life all woeful in parlous case! Allah bless not the day which have laid me low, I in the world, with disgrace after so much grace. My wish is baffled, my hopes cast down, and distance forbids me to greet his face. O thou who passeth that dear one's door, say for me, these tears shall flow evermore." When she had finished her verses, the Badawi came up to her, and taking compassion on her, bespoke her kindly, and wiped away her tears. Then he gave her a barley scone, and said, "I love not one who answereth at times when I am in wrath. So henceforth give me no more of these impertinent words, and I will sell thee to a good man like myself, who will do well with thee, even as I have done." "Yes, whatso thou dost is right," answered she. And when the night was longsome upon her, and hunger burnt her, she ate very little of that barley bread. In the middle of the night, the Badawi gave orders for departure, And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 19 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝑅. Section 20, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝑅. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 20. When it was the 56th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Badawi gave the barley scone to Nuzhat al-Zaman, and promised he would sell her to a good man like himself, she replied, 'Whatso thou dost is right.' And about midnight, when hunger burned her, she ate a very little of that barley bread, and the Badawi ordered his party to set out. So they loaded their loads, and he mounted a camel, setting Nuzhat al-Zaman behind him. Then they journeyed, and ceased not journeying for 3 days, till they entered the city of Damascus, and alighted at the Sultan's khan, hard by the Viceroy's gate. Now she had lost her colour by grief and the fatigue of such travelling, and she ceased not to weep over her misfortunes. So the Badawi came up to her and said, 'O thou city filth, by the right of my bonnet, if thou leave not this weeping, I will sell thee to none but a Jew.' Then he arose and took her by the hand, and carried her to a chamber, and walked off to the bazaar. And he went round to the merchants who dealt in slave girls, and began to parley with them, saying, 'I have brought a slave girl whose brother fell ill, and I sent him to my people about Jerusalem, that they might tend him till he is cured. As for her, I want to sell her, but after the dog her brother fell sick, the separation from him was grievous to her, and since then she doth nothing but weep. And now I wish that whoso is minded to buy her of me speak softly of her, and say, Thy brother is with me in Jerusalem ill, and I will be easy with him about the price.' Then one of the merchants came up to him and asked, 'How old is she?' He answered, 'She is a virgin, just come to marriageable age, and she is endowed with sense and breeding and wit and beauty and loveliness. But from the day I sent her brother to Jerusalem, her heart has been yearning for him, so that her beauty is fallen away, and her value lessened.' Now when the merchant heard this, he set forth with the Badawi, and said, 'O Shaykh of the Arabs, I will go with thee, and buy of thee this girl whom thou praisest so highly for wit and manners and beauty and loveliness, and I will pay thee her price, but it must be upon conditions which if thou accept, I will give thee ready money, and if thou accept not, I will return her to thee.' Quoth the Badawi, 'An thou wilt, take her up to the Sultan Sharrkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'uman, lord of Baghdad and of the land of Khorasan, and condition me any conditions thou likest. For when thou hast brought her before King Sharrkan, haply she will please him, and he will pay thee her price, and a good profit for thyself to boot.' Rejoined the merchant, 'It happens that I have just now something to ask from him, and it is this, that he write me an order upon the office, exempting me from custom dues, and also that he write me a letter of recommendation to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman. So if he take the girl, I will weigh thee out her price at once.' I agree with thee to this condition, answered the Badawi. So they returned together to the place where Nuzhat al-Zaman was, and the wild Arab stood at the chamber door and called out, saying, O Najah, which was the name wherewith he had named her. When she heard him, she wept and made no answer. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, There she sitteth. Go to her and look at her, and speak to her kindly, as I enjoin thee. So the trader went up to her in courteous wise, and saw that she was wondrous beautiful and lovable, especially as she knew the Arabic tongue. And he said to the Badawi, If she be even as thou saidest, I shall get of the Sultan what I will for her. Then he bespake her, Peace be on thee, my little maid. How art thou? She turned to him and replied, This also was registered in the book of destiny. Then she looked at him, and seeing him to be a man of respectable semblance, with a handsome face, she said to herself, I believe this one cometh to buy me. And she continued, If I hold aloof from him, I shall abide with my tyrant, and he will do me to death with beating. In any case, this person is handsome of face, and maketh me hope for better treatment from him than from my brute of a Badawi. Maybe he cometh only to hear me talk, so I will give him a fair answer. All this while her eyes were fixed on the ground. Then she raised them to him, and said in a sweet voice, And upon thee be peace, O my lord, and Allah's mercy and his benediction. This is what is commanded of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. As for thine enquiry how I am, if thou wouldst know my case, it is such as thou wouldst not wish but to thy foe. And she held her peace. When the merchant heard what she said, his fancy took wings for delight in her, and turning to the Badawi, he asked him, What is her price? For indeed she is noble. Thereupon the Badawi waxed angry and answered, Thou wilt turn me the girl's head with this talk. Why dost thou say that she is noble, while she is of the scum of slave girls, and of the refuse of folk? I will not sell her to thee. When the merchant heard this, he knew the man to be weak of wits, and said to him, Calm thyself, for I will buy her of thee with these blemishes thou mentionest. And how much wilt thou give me for her? Enquired the Badawi. Replied the merchant, Name thy price for her. None should name the son save his sire. Rejoined the Badawi, None shall name it but thou thyself. Quoth the merchant to himself, This wildling is a rudesby and a maggoty head. By Allah, I cannot tell her price, and she hath won my heart with her fair speech and good looks. And if she can read and write, it will be complete fair luck to her and to her purchaser. But this Badawi does not know her worth. Then he turned and said to him, O Shaykh of the Arabs, I will give thee in ready money, clear of the tax and the Sultan's dues, 200 gold pieces. Now when the Badawi heard this, he flew into a violent rage, and cried to the merchant, saying, Get up and go thy way. By Allah, wert thou to offer me 200 dinars for a bit of camlet she weareth, I would not sell it to thee. And now I will not sell her, but will keep her by me to pasture the camels and grind my grist. Then he cried out to her, saying, Come here, thou stinker, I will not sell thee. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, I used to think thee a man of judgment, but by the right of my bonnet, if thou be gone not from me, I will let thee hear what shall not please thee. Quoth the merchant to himself, Of a truth this Badawi is mad, and knoweth not her value, and I will say no more to him about her price at the present time. For by Allah, were he a man of sense, he would not say, by the right of my bonnet. By the Almighty, she is worth the kingdom of the 𝔅𝔀🍏, and I have not her price by me. But if he ask even more, I will give him what he will, though it be all my goods. Then he turned and said to him, O Shaykh of the Arabs, take patience and calm thyself, and tell me what clothes she has with thee. Cried the Badawi, and what hath the baggage to do with clothes? By Allah, this camlet in which she is wrapped is ample for her. With thy leave, said the merchant, I will unveil her face, and examine her even as folk examine slave girls whom they think of buying. Replied the other, Up, and do what thou wilt, and Allah keep thy youth. Examine her outside and inside, and if thou wilt, strip off her clothes, and look at her when she is naked. Quoth the trader, Allah forfend, I will look at naught save her face. Then he went up to her, and was put to shame by her beauty and loveliness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 57th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchant went up to Nuzhat al-Zaman, and was put to shame by her beauty and loveliness. So he sat by her side, and asked her, O my mistress, what is thy name? She answered, Dost thou ask what is my name this day, or what it was before this day? Thereupon the merchant inquired, Hast thou then two names, 2 days and yesterdays? Yes, replied she, my name in the past was Nuzhat al-Zaman, the delight of the age, but my name at this present is 𝔅𝔀🍏🍍 al-Zaman, the despite of the age. When the merchant heard this, his eyes brimmed over with tears, and quoth he to her, Hast thou not a sick brother? Ay, by Allah, O my lord, I have, quoth she, but fortune hath parted me and him, and he lieth sick in Jerusalem. The merchant's head was confounded at the sweetness of her speech, and he said to himself, Verily, the Badawi spake the truth of her. Then she called to mind her brother and his sickness, and his strangerhood, and her separation from him in his hour of weakness, and her not knowing what had befallen him. And she thought of all that had happened to her with the Badawi, and of her severance from her mother and father and native land. And the tears coursed down her cheeks, and fast as they started they dropped. Then she began reciting, Allah, where'er thou be, his aid impart to thee, who distant dwellest in my heart. Allah be near thee, howso thou fare. Ward off all shifts of time, all dangers thwart. Mine eyes are desolate for thy vanished sight, and start my tears saw me how fast they start. Would heaven I kenned what quarter or what land homes thee, and in what house and tribe thou art, and fount of life thou drain in greenth of rose, while drink I tears drops for my soul desert, and thou joy slumber in those hours, when I, pillow twixt my side, and couch coals burning smart. All things were easy, save to part from thee, for my sad heart this grief is hard to dree. when the merchant heard her verses, he wept and put out his hand to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. But she let down her veil over her face, saying, "Heaven forbid, O my lord." Then the Badawi, who was sitting at a little distance watching them, saw her cover her face from the merchant while about to wipe the tears from her cheeks, and he concluded that she would have hindered him from handling her. So he rose and running to her, dealt her with a camel's halter he had in his hand such a blow on the shoulders that she fell onto the ground on her face. Her eyebrow struck a stone, which cut it open, and the blood streamed down her cheeks, whereupon she screamed a loud scream, and felt faint, and wept bitterly. The merchant was moved to tears for her, and said in himself, "There is no help for it but that I buy this damsel, though at her weight in gold, and free her from this tyrant." And he began to ravel the Badawi, whilst Nuzhat al-Zaman lay insensible. When she came to herself, she wiped away the tears and blood from her face, and she bound up her head. Then, raising her glance to heaven, she besought her Lord with a sorrowful heart, and began repeating, "And pity one who erst in honor throve, and now is fallen into sore disgrace. She weeps and bathes her cheeks with railing tears, and asks, what cure can meet this fatal case?" When she had ended her verse, she turned to the merchant and said in an undertone, "By the Almighty, do not leave me with the tyrant who knoweth not Allah the Most High. If I pass this night in his place, I shall kill myself with my own hand. Save me from him, so Allah save thee from Gehenna fire." Then quoth the merchant to the Badawi, "O Shaykh of the Arabs, this slave is none of thine affair, so do thou sell her to me for what thou wilt." "Take her," quoth the Badawi, "and pay me down her price, or I will carry her back to the camp, and there set her to feed the camels and gather their dung." Said the merchant, "I will give thee 50,000 dinars for her." "Allah will open," replied the Badawi. 70,000, said the merchant. "Allah will open," repeated the Badawi. "This is not the capital spent upon her, for she hath eaten with me barley bread to the value of 90,000 gold pieces." The merchant rejoined, "Thou and thine and all thy tribe in the length of your lives have not eaten 1,000 ducats worth of barley. But I will say thee one word, wherewith if thou be not satisfied, I will set the Viceroy of Damascus on thee, and he will take her from thee by force." The Badawi continued, "Say on." "100,000, quoth the merchant. "I have sold her to thee at that price," answered the Badawi. "I shall be able to buy salt with her." The merchant laughed, and going to his lodgings, brought the money and put it into the hand of the Badawi, who took it and made off, saying to himself, "Needs must I go to Jerusalem, where, haply, I shall happen on her brother, and I will bring him here and sell him also." So he mounted and journeyed till he arrived at Jerusalem, where he went to the Khan and asked for Zau al-Makan, but could not find him. Such was the case with him. But for what regards the merchant and Nuzhat al-Zaman, when he took her, he threw some of his clothes over her and carried her to his lodgings. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 20 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀🐍🐍.
Section 21, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 21. When it was the 58th Night. She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the trader saved Nuzhat al-Zaman from the Badawi and bore her to his lodgings and robed her in the richest raiment, he went down with her to the bazar, where he bought her what ornaments she chose, and put them in a satin bag, which he set before her, saying, All is for thee, and I ask nothing of thee in return, but that, when I lead thee to the Sultan Viceroy of Damascus, thou acquaint him with the price I paid for thee, albeit it was little compared with thy value. And if seeing thee he buy thee of me, thou tell him how I have dealt with thee, and ask of him for me a royal patent, and a written recommendation, wherewith I can repair to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, Lord of Baghdad, to the intent that he may forbid the tax on my stuff or any other goods in which I traffic. When she heard his words, she wept and sobbed, and the merchant said to her, O my lady, I observe that every time I mention Baghdad thine eyes are tearful. Is there any one there whom thou lovest? If it be a trader or the like, tell me, for I know all the merchants and so forth there, and if thou wouldst send him a message, I will bear it for thee. Replied she, By Allah, I have no acquaintance among merchant folk and the like. I know none there but King Omar bin Nu'uman, Lord of Baghdad. When the merchant heard her words, he laughed and rejoiced with exceeding joy and said in himself, By Allah, I have won my wish. Then he said to her, Hast thou been shown to him in time past? She answered, No, but I was brought up with his daughter, and he holdeth me dear, and I have high honour with him. So if thou wouldst have the King grant thee thy desire, give me ink, case, and paper, and I will write thee a letter, and when thou reachest the city of Baghdad, do thou deliver it into the hand of King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, and say to him, Thy handmaid, Nuzhat al-Zaman, would have thee to know that the chances and changes of the nights and days have struck her as with a hammer, and have smitten her, so that she hath been sold from place to place, and she sendeth thee her salams. And if he ask further of her, say that I am now with the Viceroy at Damascus. The merchant wondered at her eloquence, and his affection for her increased, and he said to her, I cannot but think that men have played upon thine understanding and sold thee for money. Tell me, dost thou know the Koran by heart? Yes, answered she, and I am also acquainted with the philosophy and medicine, and the prolegomena of science, and the commentaries of Galen, the physician, on the canons of Hippocrates, and I have commented him, and I have read the Tazkirah, and have commented the Burhan, and I have studied the simples of Ibn Baitah, and I have something to say of the canon of Mecca by Avicenna. I can read riddles, and I can solve ambiguities, and discourse upon geometry, and am skilled in anatomy. I have read the books of the Shafi'i school, and the traditions of the Prophet, and syntax. and I can argue with the Olema and discourse of all manner learning. Moreover, I am skilled in logic and rhetoric and arithmetic and the making of talismans and almanacs, and I know thoroughly the spiritual sciences and the times appointed for religious duties, and I understand all these branches of knowledge. Then quoth she to the merchant, bring me ink, case, and paper, that I write thee a letter which will aid thee on thy journey to Baghdad, and enable thee to do without passports. Now when the merchant heard this, he cried out, Brava! Brava! Then, O happy, he in whose palace thou shalt. Thereupon he brought her paper and ink, case, and a pen of brass, and bussed the earth before her face to do her honour. She took a sheet and handled the reed, and wrote therewith these verses: I see all power of sleep from eyes of me hath flown. Say, did thy parting teach this eyne on wake to wone? What makes thy memory light such burnings in my heart? Hath every lover strength such memories to own? How sweet the big dropped cloud which rained on summer day! 'Tis gone, and ere I taste its sweets afar 'tis flown. I pray the wind with windy breath to bring some news From thee to lover ℍ𝔀𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐿𝐿 so woe begone. Complains to thee a lover of all hope forlorn, For parting pangs can break not only heart but stone. And when she had ended writing these verses, she continued, These words are from her who saith that melancholy destroyeth her, and that watching wasteth her, in the murk of whose night is found no light, and darkness and day are the same in her sight. She tosseth on the couch of separation, and her eyes are blackened with the pencils of sleeplessness. She watcheth the stars arise, and into the gloom she strains her eyes. Verily, sadness and leanness have consumed her strength, and the setting forth of her case would run to length. No helper hath she but tears, and she reciteth these verses: No ring-dove moans from home on branch in morning light, But shakes my very frame with sorrow's killing might. No lover sighteth for his love or gladdeth heart To meet his mate, but breathes in me redoubled blight. I bear my plaint to one who has no ruth for me. Ah me, how love can part man's mortal frame and sprite! Then her eyes welled over with tears, and she wrote also these two couplets: Love smote my frame so sore on parting day, That severance severed sleep and eyes for aye. I waxed so lean that I'm still a man, But for my speaking thou wouldst never say. Then she shed tears and wrote at the foot of the sheet, This cometh from her who is far from her folk and her native land, the sorrowful hearted woman Nuzhat al Zaman. In fine she folded the sheet and gave it to the merchant, who took it and kissed it, and understood its contents and exclaimed, Glory to Him who fashioned thee!"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 59th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Nuzhat al Zaman wrote the letter and gave it to the merchant, and he took it and read it and understood the contents and exclaimed, Glory to Him who fashioned thee! Then he redoubled his kindness and made himself pleasant to her all that day, and when night came, he sallied out to the bazar and bought some food, wherewith he fed her, after which he carried her to the Hammam and said to the bath woman, As soon as thou hast made an end of washing her head, Dress her and send and let me know of it." And she replied, "Hearing is obeying." Meanwhile he fetched food and fruit and wax candles, and set them on the bench in the outer room of the bath. And when the tire woman had done washing her, she dressed her and led her out of the bath and seated her on the bench. Then she sent to tell the merchant, and Nuzhat al Zaman went forth to the outer room, where she found the tray spread with food and fruit. So she ate, and the tire woman with her, and gave the rest to the people and keeper of the bath. Then she slept till the morning, and the merchant lay the night in a place apart from her. When he aroused himself from sleep, he came to her and waking her, presented her with stuff of fine stuff, and a head kerchief worth 1,000 dinars, a suit of Turkish embroidery, and walking boots purfled with red gold and set with pearls and gems. Moreover, he hung in each of her ears a circlet of gold, with a fine pearl therein, worth 1,000 dinars, and threw round her neck a collar of gold, with bosses of garnet, and a chain of amber beads, that hung down between her breasts over her navel. Now to this chain were attached 10 balls and 9 crescents, and each crescent had in its midst a bezel of ruby, and each ball a bezel of balass. The value of the chain was 3,000 dinars, and each of the balls were priced at 20,000 dirhams, so that the dress she wore was worth in all a great sum of money. When she had put these on, the merchant bade her adorn herself, and she adorned herself to the utmost beauty. Then she let fall her fillet over her eyes, and she fared forth with the merchant preceding her. But when folk saw her, all wondered at her beauty and exclaimed, "Blessed be Allah, the most excellent Creator! O lucky the man in whose house the hall be!" And the trader ceased not walking, and she behind him, till they entered the palace of Sultan Sharrkan, when he sought an audience and, kissing the earth between his hands, said, "O auspicious King, I have brought thee a rare gift, unmatched in this time and richly gifted with beauty and with good qualities." Quoth the King, "Let me see it." So the merchant went out and brought her, she following him till he made her stand before King Sharrkan. When he beheld her, blood yearned to blood, though she had been parted from him in childhood, and though he had never seen her, having only heard a long time after her birth that he had a sister called Nuzhat al Zaman and a brother Zau al Makan, he having been jealous of them because of the succession. And such was the cause of his knowing little about them. Then having placed her before the presence, the merchant said, "O King of the age, besides being peerless in her time and beauty and loveliness, she is also versed in all learning, sacred and profane, including the art of government and the abstract sciences." Quoth the King to the trader, "Take her price according as thou boughtest her, and go thy ways." "I hear and I obey," replied the merchant, "but first write me a patent, exempting me for ever from paying tithe on my merchandise." Said the King, "I will do this, but first tell me what price thou paidest for her." Said the merchant, "I bought her for 100,000 dinars, and her clothes cost me another 100,000." When the Sultan heard these words, he declared, "I will give thee a higher price than this for her," and calling his treasurer, said to him, "Pay this merchant 320,000 ducats, so will he have 120,000 dinars profit." Thereupon the Sultan summoned the 4 Kazis and paid him the money in their presence, and then he said, I call you to witness that I free this my slave girl and purpose to marry her." So the Kazis wrote out the deed of emancipation and the contract of marriage, when the Sultan scattered much gold on the head of those present, and the pages and the eunuchs picked up this largesse. Then, after paying him his monies, Sharrkan bade them write for the merchant a perpetual patent, exempting him from toll, tax, or tithe upon his merchandise, and forbidding each and every in all his government to molest him; and lastly bestowed on him a splendid dress of honour. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 21 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 22, Volume 2 of the Book 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐻𝔁𝐻𝐿. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 22. When it was the 60th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Sharrkan bade them write for the merchant a mandate, after paying him his monies. And they wrote a perpetual patent, exempting him from the tithe upon his merchandise, and forbidding any in his government to molest him, and lastly bestowed upon him a splendid dress of honour. Then all about him retired, and none remained, save the Kazis and the merchant. Whereupon said he to the judges, I wish you to hear such discourse from this damsel as may prove her knowledge and accomplishments in all aimed for her by this traitor, that we ascertain the truth of this assertions. They answered, There is no evil in that. And he commanded the curtain to be let down between him and those with him, and the maiden and those with her, and the women about the damsel behind the curtains began to wish her joy and kiss her hands and feet, when they learned that she was become the king's wife. Then they came round her, and took off her dresses, easing her of the weight of her clothes, and began to look upon her beauty and loveliness. Presently the wives of the emirs and the wazirs heard that King Sharrkan had bought a handmaiden, unmatched for her beauty and learning and philosophy and account keeping, and versed in all branches of knowledge, that he had paid for her 320,000 dinars, and that he had set her free, and had written a marriage contract with her, and had summoned the 4 Kazis to make trial of her, and how she would answer all their questions and hold disputations with them. So they asked leave of their husbands and repaired to the palace whereupon was Nuzhat al-Zaman. When they came into her, they found the eunuch standing before her, and as soon as she saw the wives of the emirs and the wazirs and the grandees of the realm coming to call upon her, she rose to them on her feet and met them with courtesy, her handmaidens standing behind her, and she received them, saying, Ye be welcome. The while she smiled in their faces so as to win their hearts, and she promised them all manner of good and seated them in their proper stations as if she had been brought up with them. So all wondered at her beauty and loveliness, and said to one another, This damsel is none other than a queen, the daughter of a king. Then they sat down, magnifying her worth, and said to her, O our lady, this our city is illuminated by thee, and our country and abode and birth, place and reign are honoured by thy presence. The kingdom indeed is thy palace, and we all are thy handmaids. So, by Allah, do not shut us out from thy favours and thy sight of thy beauty. And she thanked them for this. All this while the curtains were let down between Nuzhat al-Zaman and the women with her, on the one side, and the King Sharrkan and the 4 Kazis and the merchant seated by him on the other. Presently King Sharrkan called to her and said, O Queen, the glory of thine age, this merchant hath described thee as being learned and accomplished, and he claimeth that thou art skilled in all branches of knowledge, even to astrology. So let us hear something of all this he hath mentioned, and favour us with a short discourse on such subjects. She replied, saying, O King, to hear is to obey. The first subject whereof I will treat are the art of government and the duties of the kings, and what behoveth the governors of commanding meats according to religious law, and what is incumbent on them in respects of satisfactory speech and manners. Know then, O king, that all men's work tends either to religious or to laical life, though none attaineth to religion save through this world, because it is the best road to futurity. Now the works of this world are not ordered save by the doings of its people, and the men's doings are divided into 4 divisions: government, commerce, husbandry, and craftsmanship. Now government requireth perfect administration with just and true judgment, for government is the pivot of the edifice of the world, which world is the road to futurity. Since Allah Almighty hath made for the world his servants as viaticum to the traveller for the attainment of his goal, and it befitteth each man that he receive of it such measure as shall bring him to Allah, and that he follow not herein his own mind and his individual lust. If the folk would take of worldly goods with justice and equity, all cause of contention would be cut off, but they take thereof with violence, and after their own desires, and their persistence therein gives rise to contentions. So they have need of the Sultan, that he do justice between them, and order their affairs, and if the king restrain not his folk from one another, they strong will drive the weak to the wall. Hence Ardashir said, Religion and kingship, the twins' religion, is a hidden treasure to the king. It is its keeper, and the divine ordinances and men's intelligence puts it out that it behoveth the people to adopt a sultan who shall withhold oppressor from the oppressed, and do the weak justice against the strong, and restrain the violence of the proud and the rebels against rule. For know, O king, that according to the measures of the sultan's good morals, even so will be the time, as saith the apostles of Allah, on whom the peace and salvation, there be 2 classes, who, if they be good, the people will be good, and if they be bad, the people will be bad, even the ulema and the emirs. And it is said by a certain sage, There be 3 kinds of kings: the king of the faith, the king who protecteth things to which reverence is due, and the king of his own lusts. The king of the faith obligeth his subjects to follow their faith, and it behoveth he be the most faithful. For it is by him that they take pattern in the things of the faith, and it becometh the folk to obey him in whatsoever commandeth according to divine ordinance. But he shall hold the discontented in the same esteem as the contented, because of submission to the decrees of destiny. As for the king who protecteth things to be reverenced, he upholdeth the things of the faith, and of the world compelleth his folk to follow the divine law to preserve the rights of humanity, and it fitteth him to unite pen and sword, for whoso declineth from that pen hath written his feet slip, and the king shall rectify his error with the sharp sword, and dispread his justice over all mankind. As for the king of his own lust, he hath no religion, but the following his desire, and as he feareth not the wrath of his Lord who sent him on the throne. So his kingdom inclineth to disposition, and at the end his pride is in the house of perdition. And sages say, The king hath need of many people, but the king have need of but one king. Wherefore it beseemeth that he be well acquainted with their natures, that he reduce their discord to concord, that with his justice he encompasses them all, and with his bounties overwhelm them all. Know, O king, that Ardashir, styled Jamir Shadid, or the live coal, 3rd of the kings of Persia, conquered the whole world and divided it into 4 divisions, and for this purpose get for himself 4 seal rings, 1 for each division. The first seal was that of sea, and the police of prohibition, and on it was written Alterna lives. The second was the seal of tribute, and of the receipt of monies, and on it was written Building up. The third was the seal of the provisioning department, and on it was written Plenty. The fourth seal was the seal of the oppressed, and on it was written Justice. And these usages remained valid in Persia until the revelation of al-Islam. Khosrow also wrote his son, who was with the army, Be not thou too open-handed with the troops, or they will be too rich to need thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 61st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that 𝔅𝔀𝔍 wrote his son, Be not thou too open-handed with thy troops, or they will be too rich to need thee, nor be thou niggardly with them, or they will murmur against thee. Give thy giving deliberately, and confer thy favours advisedly. Open thy hand to them in time of success, and stint them not in time of distress. There is a legend that the desert Arab came once to the Caliph Al-Mansur, and said, Starve thy dog, and he shall follow thee. When the Caliph heard his words, he was enraged with the Arab, but Abu al-Abbas of Tus said to him, I fear that if some other than thou should show him a scone, the dog would follow him, and leave thee alone. Thereupon the Caliph Al-Mansur's wrath subsided, and when he knew that the wild Arab had intended no offence, and ordered him a present, and know, O king, that Abd al-Malik bin Marwan wrote to his brother Abd al-Aziz when he dispatched him to Egypt, as follows, Pay heed to thy secretaries and thy chamberlains, for the secretaries will acquaint thee with the estate of finished matters, and the chamberlains with matters of official ceremony, whilst thine expenditure will make thy troops known to thee. Omar bin al-Khattab, whom Allah accept, when engaging a servant, was in the habit of conditioning him with 4 conditions. The first, that he should not ride the baggage beast. The second, that he should not wear fine clothes. The third, that he should not eat the spoil. And the fourth, that he should not put off praying until after the proper period. It is said that there is no wealth more profitable than understanding, and there is no understanding like common sense and prudence, and there is no prudence like piety, that there is no means of drawing near to God like good morals, no measure like good breeding, no traffic like good works, and no profit like earning the divine favor, that there is no temperance like standing within the limits of the law, no science like that of meditation, no worship like obeying the divine commands, no faith like modesty, no calculation like self-abasement, and no honour like knowledge. So guard the head and what it containeth, the belly and what it compriseth, and think of death and doom ere it ariseth. Saith Ali, whose face Allah honour, Beware of the wickedness of women, and be on thy guard against them. Consult them not in aught, but grudge not complaisance to them, lest they greed for intrigue. And eke quoth he, Whoso leaveth the path of moderation, his wits become perplexed, and there be rules for this, which we will mention, if it be Allah's will. And Omar, who Allah accept, saith, There are 3 kinds of women. Firstly, the true believing, heaven-fearing, loveful and fruitful, who helpeth her mate against fate, not helping fate against her mate. Secondly, she who loveth her children, but no more. And lastly, she who is shackle Allah setteth on the neck of whom he will. Men be also 3. The wise when he exerciseth his own judgment, the wiser who, when befalleth somewhat whereof he knoweth not the issue, seeketh the folk of good counsel, and acteth by their advice, and the wise irresolute, ignoring the right way, nor heeding those who would guide him straight. Justice is indispensable in all things. Even slave girls have need of justice. And men quote, as an instance, highway robbers who live by violent mankind, for did not deal equitably among themselves, and observe justice in dividing their booty, their order would fall to pieces. In short, for the rest, the prince of noble qualities is beneficence, cum benevolence, and how excellent is the saying of the poet, By open hand and ruth the youth rose to his tribe's command. Go and do likewise, for the same were easy task to thee. And quoth another, In ruth and mildness surety lies, and mercy wins respect. And truth is best asylum for the man of soothfast soul, whoso for wealth of gold would win and wear the world's good word. On glory's course must ever be the first to gain the goal. And Nazhat al-Zaman discovered upon the policy of the kings, till the bystanders said, Never have we seen one reason of rule and government like this damsel. Happily she will let us hear some discourse upon subject other than this. When she heard their words and understood them, she said, As for the chapter of good breeding, it is wide of comprehension, being a compend of things perfect. Now it so happened that one day there came 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝔀𝔀, one of his companions, who mentioned the rank of Iraq and the goodness of their wit, and the Caliph's wife 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, mother of Yezid, heard his words. So when he was gone, she said to the Caliph, O Prince of the Faithful, I would thou let some of the people of Irak come in and talk to thee, that I may hear their discourse. Therewith Mu'awiyah said to his attendants, See who is at the door. And they answered, The Banu Tamim. Let them come in, said he. So they came in, and with them Al-Anafaf, son of 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻. Then quoth Mu'awiyah, Enter, O Abu Bahr, and drew a curtain between himself and 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, that she might hear what they said without being seen herself. Then he said to Al-Anaf, O son of sea, draw near, and tell me what counsel thou hast for me. Quoth Al-Anaf, Part thy hair, and trim thy mustachio, and pare thy nails, and pluck thine armpits, and shave thy pubes, and ever use the toothpick, because therein be 72 virtues, and make the ghusl, or complete absolution, on Friday, as an expiation for all between the Fridays. And Shahryar perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 62nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Anaf bin 𝔅𝔀𝐻 replied to Al-Mu'awiyah's question, and ever used the toothpick, because therein be 72 virtues, and make the complete Friday absolution as an expiation for all between the 2 Fridays. Quoth Mu'awiyah, What is thy counsel to thyself? To set my feet firmly on the ground, to move them deliberately, and watch over them with mine eyes? How dost thou order thyself when thou goest in to one not of thy nobles and of thy tribe? I lower mine eyes modestly, and I salute first. I avoid what concerneth me not, and I spare my words. And how when thou goest into thine equals, I give ear to them when they speak, and I do not assail them when they err. When thou goest into thy chiefs, I salute them without making any sign, and await the reply. If they bid me draw near, I draw near, and if they draw off from me, I withdraw. How dost thou with thy wife? Quoth Anaf, Excuse me from answering this, O Commander of the Faithful. But Mu'awiyah cried, I conjure thee inform me. He said, I entreat her kindly, and show her familiarity, and I am large in expenditure, for woman was created of a crooked rib. And how dost thou, when thou hast a mind to lie with her? I bid her perfume herself, and kiss her till she is moved to desire. Then, should it be as thou knowest, I throw her on her back. If the seed abide in her womb, I say, O Allah, make it blessed, and let it not be wastrel, but fashion it into the best of fashions. Then I rise from her to absolution, and first I pour water over my hands, and then over my body, and lastly I praise Allah for the joy He hath given me. Said Mu'awiyah, Thou hast answered right well, and now tell me what thy requirements. Said Anaf, I would have thee rule thy subjects in the fear of Allah, and do even-handed justice between them. Thereupon Anaf rose to his feet, and left the Caliph's presence. And when he had gone, 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞🐁 said, Were there but this man in Irak, he would suffice it. Then continued Nuzhat al-Zaman, All this is a section of the chapter of good breeding, and know, O King, that Mu'aqib was intendant of the public treasury during the caliphate of Omar bin al-Khattab, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to her permitted to say. End of Section 22 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recorded by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔁, Berea, Kentucky.
Section 23, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔀𝔀🐁. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 23. When it was the 63rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that 𝔌𝔌𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 continued, Know, O king, that 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌𝔫𝔞𥐽 was intendant of the public treasury during the caliphate of Omar bin al-Khattab, and it so befell him that he saw Omar's son, and gave him a dirham out of the treasury. Thereupon, quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌𝔫𝔫𝔞𥐽, I returned to my own house, and while I was sitting there, behold, a messenger came to me from Omar, and I was afraid, and went to him. And when I came into his presence, in his hand was the dirham I had given his son. He said to me, Woe to thee, 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌𝔫𝔫𝔞𥽡! I have found somewhat concerning thy soul. I asked, And what is that? And he answered, It is that thou hast shown thyself a foe to the followers of Muhammad, on whom be peace and salvation, in the matter of this dirham, and thou wilt have to account for it on resurrection day. And Omar also wrote a letter to Abu Musa al-Ash'ari as follows: When these presents reach thee, give the people what is theirs, and remit to me the rest. And he did so. Now, when Uthman succeeded to the caliphate, he wrote a like letter to Abu Musa, who did this bidding, and sent him the tribute accordingly, and with it came Ziyad. And when Ziyad laid the tribute before Uthman, the caliph's son came in and took a dirham, whereupon Ziyad shed tears. Uthman asked, Why weepest thou? And Ziyad answered, I once brought Omar bin al-Khattab the like of this, and his son took a dirham, whereupon Omar bade snatch it from his hand. Now thy son hath taken of the tribute, yet I have seen none say aught to him, or snatch the money from him. Then Uthman cried, And where wilt thou find the like of Omar? Again, Zayd bin Aslam relates of his father that he said, I went out one night with Omar till we approached a blazing fire. Quoth Omar, O Aslam, I think these must be travelers who are suffering from the cold. Come, let us join them. So we walked on till we came to them, and behold, we found a woman who had lighted a fire under a cauldron, and by her side were 2 children, both a-wailing. Said Omar, Peace be with you, O folk of light, for it was repugnant to him to say folk of fire. What aileth you? Said she, The cold and the night trouble us. He asked, What aileth these little people that they weep? And she answered, They are hungry. He inquired, And what is in this cauldron? And she replied, It is what I quiet them withal, and Allah will question Omar bin al-Khattab of them on the day of doom. He said, And what should Omar know of their case? Why then, rejoined she, should he manage people's affairs and yet be unmindful of them? Thereupon Omar turned to me, continued Aslam, and cried, Come with us. So we set off running till we reached the pay department of his treasury, where he took out a sack containing flour and a pot holding fat, and said to me, Load these on my back. Quoth I, O Commander of the Faithful, I will carry them for thee. He rejoined, Wilt thou bear my load for me on the day of resurrection? So I put the things on his back, and we set off, running, till we threw down the sack hard by her. Then he took out some of the flour, and put it in the cauldron, and saying to the woman, Leave it to me, he began blowing the fire under the cauldron. Now he was a long-bearded man, and I saw the smoke issuing from between the hairs of his beard till the flour was cooked, when he took some of the fat and threw it in, and said to the woman, Bed them while I cool it for them. So they fell to eating till they had eaten their fill, and he left the rest with her. Then he turned to me and said, O Aslam, I see it was indeed hunger made them weep, and I am glad I did not go away ere I found out the cause of the light I saw. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 64th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that 𝔌𝔌𝔫𝔫𝔞𥽡 continued, It is related that Omar passed by a flock of sheep kept by a Mameluke, and asked him to sell him a sheep. He answered, They are not mine. Thou art the man I sought, said Omar, and bought him and freed him. Whereupon the slave exclaimed, O Allah, as thou hast bestowed upon me the lesser emancipation, so vouchsafe me the greater. It is also said that Omar bin al-Khattab was wont to give his servants sweet milk, and himself eat coarse fare, and to clothe them softly, and himself wear rough garments. He rendered unto all men their due, and exceeded in his giving to them. He once gave a man 4,000 dirhams, and added thereto 1,000. Wherefore it was said to him, Why dost thou not increase to thy son, as thou increasest to this man? He answered, This man's father stood firm at the battle of Uhud. Al-Hassan relates that Omar once came back from foray with much money, and that Hafsa approached him and said, O Commander of the Faithful, the due of kinship. O Hafsa, replied he, verily Allah hath enjoined us to satisfy the dues of kinship, but not with the monies of the true believers. Indeed, thou pleasest thy family, but thou angerest thy father. And she went away, trailing her skirts. The son of Omar said, I implored the Lord to show me my father 1 year after his death, till at last I saw him wiping the sweat from his brow, and asked him, How is it with thee, O my father? He answered, But for my Lord's mercy thy father surely had perished. Then said Nuzhat al-Zaman, Hear, O auspicious king, the second division of the first chapter of the instances of the followers of the Apostle and other holy men. Saith al-Hasan al-Basri, Not a soul of the sons of Adam goeth forth of the world without regretting 3 things: failure to enjoy what he hath amassed, failure to compass what he had hoped, failure to provide himself with sufficient viaticum for that hereto he goeth. It was said of Sufyan, Can a man be a religious and yet possess wealth? He replied, Yes, so he be patient when grieved, and be thankful when he hath received. Abdullah bin Shaddad, being about to die, sent for his son Muhammad, and admonished him, saying, O my son, I see the summoner of death summoning me, and so I charge thee to fear Allah, both in public and in private, to praise Allah, and to be soothfast in thy speech, for such praise bringeth increase of prosperity, and piety in itself is the best of provision for the next world. Even as saith one of the poets, I see not happiness lies in gathering gold. The man most pious is man happiest. In truth, the fear of God is best of stores, and God shall make the pious choicely blessed. Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman, Let the king also give ear to these notes from the second section of the first chapter. He asked her, What be they? And she answered, When Omar bin Abd al-Aziz succeeded to the caliphate, he went to his household, and laying hands on all that was in their hold, put it into the public treasury. So the Banu Umayyah flew for aid to his father's sister, Fatima, daughter of Marwan, and she sent to him, saying, I must needs speak to thee. So she came to him by night, and when he had made her all right from her beast and sit down, he said to her, O aunt, it is for thee to speak first, since thou hast something to ask. Tell me then what thou wouldst with me. Replied she, O Commander of the Faithful, it is thine to speak first, for thy judgment perceiveth that which is hidden from the intelligence of others. Then said Omar, Of a verity Allah Almighty sent Muhammad as a blessing to some and a bane to others, and he elected for him those with him, and commissioned him as his apostle, and took him to himself. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 65th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued thus. Said Omar, Verily, Allah commissioned as his apostle Muhammad, upon whom be the benediction of Allah and his salvation, for a blessing to some and a bane to others. And he elected for him those with him, and took him to himself, leaving the people a stream whereof they might drink. After him, Abu Bakr, the truth-teller, became caliph, and he left the river as it was, doing what was pleasing to Allah. Then arose Omar, and worked to work, and strove in holy war and strife, whereof none might do the like. But when Othman arose to power, he diverted a streamlet from the stream, and Muawiyah in his turn diverted from it several streamlets, and without ceasing in like manner, Yazid and the Banu Marwan, such as Abd al-Malik and Walid and Suleiman, drew away water from the stream, and the main course dried up, till rule devolved upon me, and now I am minded to restore the stream to its normal condition." When Fatima heard this, she said, "I came wishing only to speak and confer with thee, but if this be thy word, I have nothing to say to thee." Then she returned to the Umayyads, and said to them, "Now take ye the consequences of your act when ye allied yourselves by marriage with Omar bin al-Khattab." And it is also said that when Omar was about to die, he gathered his children round him, and Maslama bin Abd al-Malik said to him, "O Prince of the Faithful, how wilt thou leave thy children paupers, and thou their protector? None can hinder thee in thy lifetime from giving them what will suffice them out of the treasury. And this, indeed, were better than leaving the good work to him who shall rule after thee." Omar looked at him with a look of wrath and wonder, and presently replied, "O Maslama, I have defended them from this sin all the days of my life, and shall I make them miserable after my death? Of a truth, my sons are like other men, either obedient to Almighty Allah, who will prosper them, or disobedient, and I will not help them in their disobedience. Know, O Maslama, that I was present, even as thou, when such an one of the sons of Marwanas was buried, and I fell asleep by him, and saw him in a dream given over to one of the punishments of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory. This terrified me and made me tremble, and I vowed to Allah that if ever I came to power, I would not do such deeds as the dead man had done. I have striven to fulfill this vow all the length of my life, and I hope to die in the mercy of my Lord." Quoth Maslama, "A certain man died, and I was present at his burial, and when all was over I fell asleep, and I saw him as a sleeper seeth a dream, walking in a garden of flowing waters, clad in white clothes. He came up to me and said, 'O Maslama, it is for the like of this that rulers should rule.' Many are the instances of this kind, and quoth one of the men of authority, 'I used to milk the ewes in the caliphate of Omar bin Abd al-Aziz, and one day I met a shepherd, among whose sheep I saw a wolf, or wolves. I thought them to be dogs, for I had never before seen wolves. So I asked, "What dost thou with these dogs?" "They are not dogs, but wolves," answered the shepherd. Quoth I, "Can wolves be with sheep, and not hurt them?" Quoth he, "When the head is whole, the body is whole." Omar bin Abd al-Aziz once preached from a pulpit of clay, and after praising and glorifying Allah Almighty, said 3 words as follows: "O folk, make clean your inmost hearts, that your outward lives may be deen to your brethren, and abstain ye from the things of the world. Know that between us and Adam there is no one man alive among the dead. Dead are Abd al-Malik and those who forewent him, and Omar also shall die, and those who forewent him." Asked Maslama, "O Commander of the Faithful, an we set a pillow behind thee, wilt thou lean upon it a little while?" But Omar answered, "I fear lest it be a fault about my neck on resurrection day." Then he grasped with the death rattle, and fell back in a faint, whereupon Fatima cried out, saying, "Ho Maryam! Ho Muzahim! Ho such a one! Look to this man!" And she began to pour water on him, weeping, till he revived from his swoon, and, seeing her in tears, said to her, "What causeth thee to weep, O Fatima?" She replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, I saw thee lying prostrate before us, and thought of thy prostration in death before Almighty Allah, of thy departure from this world, and of thy separation from us. This is what made me weep." Answered he, "Enough, O Fatima, for indeed thou exceedest." Then he would have risen, but fell down, and Fatima strained him to her and said, "Thou art to me as my father and my mother, O Commander of the Faithful. We cannot speak to thee, all of us." Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman to her brother Sharrkan and the 4 Qazis, "Here endeth the 2nd section of the 1st chapter." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 23 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥.
Section 24, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 24. When it was the 66th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman said to her brother Sharrkan and the 4 Kazis, Here endeth the 2nd section of the 1st chapter. And it so happened that Omar bin Abd al-Aziz wrote to the people of the festival at Mecca as follows: I call Allah to witness in this holy month, in the holy city, and on the day of the greater pilgrimage, that I am innocent of your oppression and of his wrongs that doth wrong you, in that I have neither commanded this nor purposed it, neither hath any report of aught thereof hitherto reached me, nor have I compassed any knowledge thereof. And I trust that a cause for pardon will be found in that none hath authority from me to oppress any man, for I shall assuredly be questioned concerning every one oppressed. And if any of my officers swerve from the right, and act otherwise than the Holy Book and the traditions of the Apostle do authorize, obey him not, so that he may return to the way of righteousness. He said also, Allah accept of him, I do not wish to be relieved from death, because it is the supreme thing for which the true believer is rewarded. Quoth one of authority, I went to the Prince of the Faithful, Omar bin Abd al-Aziz, who was then Caliph, and saw before him 12 dirhams, which he ordered for deposit in the public treasury. So I said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, thou impoverishest thy children and reducest them to beggary, having nothing whereon to live on. And thou wouldst appoint somewhat by will to them and to those who are poor of the people of thy house, it were well. Draw near to me, answered he. So I drew near to him, and he said, Now as for thy saying, thou beggarest thy children, provide for them and for the poor of thy household. It is without reason, for Allah, of a truth, will replace me to my children and to the poor of my house, and He will be their guardian. Verily, they are like other men. He who feareth Allah, right soon will Allah provide for him a happy issue, and he that is addicted to sins, I will not hold him in his sin against Allah. Then he summoned his sons, who numbered 12, and when he beheld them, his eyes dropped tears, and presently he said to them, Your father is between 2 things. Either ye will be well-to-do, and your parent will enter the fire, or ye will be poor, and your parent will enter paradise. And your father's entry into paradise is liefer to him than that ye should be well-to-do. So arise and go, Allah be your helper, for to him I commit your affairs. Yusuf bin Omar accompanied me to Hisham bin Abd al-Malik, and as I met him, he was coming forth with his kinsmen and attendants. He alighted, and a tent was pitched for him. When the people had taken their seats, I came up to the side of the carpet whereon he sat reclining, and looked at him. And waiting till my eyes met his eyes, bespoke him thus: May Allah fulfil his bounty to thee, O Commander of the Faithful! I have an admonition for thee, which hath come down to us from the history of the kings preceding thee. At this he sat up, whenas he had been reclining, and said to me, Bring what thou hast, O son of Safwan. Quoth I, O Commander of the Faithful, one of the kings before thee went forth in a time before this thy time, to this very country, and said to his companions, Saw ye ever any state like mine, and say me, Hath such case been given to any man, even as it hath been given unto me? Now there was with him a man of those who survive to bear testimony to truth, upholders of the right and wayfarers in its highway, and he said to him, O King, thou askest of a grave matter. Wilt thou give me leave to answer? Yes, replied the King, and the other said, Dost thou judge thy present state to be short-lasting or everlasting? It is temporary, replied the King. How then, rejoined the man, do I see thee exulting in that which thou wilt enjoy but a little while, and whereof thou wilt be questioned for a long while, and for the rendering an account whereof thou shalt be as a pledge which is pawned." Quoth the king, "Whither shall I flee, and what must I seek for me?" "That thou abide in thy kingship," replied the other, "or else robe thee in rags, and apply thyself to obey Almighty Allah thy Lord until thine appointed hour. I will come to thee again at daybreak." Khalid bin Safwan further relates that the man knocked at the door at dawn, and behold, the king had put off his crown and resolved to become an anchorite, for the stress of his exhortation. When Hisham bin Abd al-Malik heard this, he wept till his beard was wet, and bidding his rich apparel be put off, shut himself up in his palace. Then the grandees and dependents came to Khalid and said, "What is this thou hast done with the Commander of the Faithful? Thou hast troubled his pleasure and disturbed his life." Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman, addressing herself to Sharrkan, "How many instances of admonition are there not in this chapter? Of a truth I cannot report all appertaining to this head in a single sitting." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 67th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued, speaking to Sharrkan, "Know, O King, that in this chapter be so many instances of admonition that of a truth I cannot report all appertaining to this head in a single sitting, but with length of days, O King of the age, all will be well." There said the Kazis, "O King, of a truth this damsel is the wonder of the world, and of our age the unique pearl. Never heard we her like in the length of time or in the length of our lives." And they called down blessings on the King and went away. Then Sharrkan turned to his attendants and said, "Begin ye to prepare the marriage festival and make ready food of all kinds." So they forthright did his bidding as regards the viands, and he commanded the wives of the Emirs and Wazirs and Grandees depart not until the time of the wedding banquet and of the unveiling of the bride. Hardly came the period of afternoon prayer, when the tables were spread with whatso heart can desire or eye can delight in, of roast meats and geese and fowls, and the subjects ate till they were satisfied. Moreover, Sharrkan had sent for all the singing women of Damascus, and they were present, together with every slave girl of the King and of the notables who knew how to sing. And they went up to the palace in one body. When the evening came and darkness starkened, they lighted candles right and left, from the gate of the citadel to that of the palace, and the Emirs and Wazirs and Grandees marched past before King Sharrkan, whilst the singers and the tire women took the damsel to dress and adorn her, but found she needed no adornment. Meantime King Sharrkan went to the Hammam, and coming out sat down on his seat of estate, whilst they paraded the bride before him in 7 different dresses. After which they eased her of the weight of her raiment and ornaments, and gave such injunctions as are enjoined upon virgins on their wedding nights. Then Sharrkan went in unto her and took her maidenhead, and she at once conceived by him, and when she announced it, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and commanded the savants to record the date of her conception. On the morrow he went forth and seated himself on his throne, and the high officers came in to him and gave him joy. Then he called his private secretary and bade him write a letter to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, saying that he had brought him a damsel who excels in learning and good breeding, and who is mistress of all kinds of knowledge. Moreover he wrote, "There is no help but that I send her to Baghdad to visit my brother Zau al-Makan and my sister Nuzhat al-Zaman. I have set her free and married her, and she hath conceived by me." And he went on to praise her wit and salute his brother and sister together with the Wazir Dandan and all the Emirs. Then he sealed the letter and dispatched it to his father by a post courier who was absent a whole month, after which time he returned with the answer and presented it in the presence. Sharrkan took it and read as follows: After the usual Bismillah, this is from the afflicted, distracted man, from him who hath lost his children and home by bane and ban, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, to his son Sharrkan. Know that since thy departure from me, the place is become contracted upon me, so that no longer I have power of patience, nor can I keep my secret, and the cause thereof is as follows. It chanced that when I went forth to hunt and course, Zau al Makan sought my leave to fare Hijaz wards. But I, fearing for him the shifts of fortune, forbade him therefrom until the next year or the year after. My absence while sporting and hunting endured for a whole month."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 68th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that King Omar bin al Nu'uman wrote in his letter, My absence while sporting and hunting endured for a whole month, and when I returned, I found that thy brother and sister had taken somewhat of money, and had set out with the pilgrim caravan for pilgrimage by stealth. When I knew this, the wide world narrowed on me, O my son, but I awaited the return of the caravan, hoping that haply they would come back with it. Accordingly, when the palmers appeared, I asked concerning the twain, but they could give me no news of them. So I donned mourning for them, being heavy at heart, and in sleep I have no part, and I am drowned in the tears of my eyes. Then he wrote in verse, That pair in image quits me not one single hour, whom in my heart's most honourable place I keep. Sans hope of their return I would not live 1 hour. Without my dreams of them, I ne'er would stretch me in sleep. The letter went on, And after the usual salutations to thee and thine, I command thee neglect no manner of seeking news of them, for indeed this is a shame to us. When Sharrkan read the letter, he felt grief for his father, and joy for the loss of his brother and sister. Then he took the missive, and went in with it to Nuzhat al-Zaman, who knew not that he was her brother, nor he that she was his sister, albeit he often visited her both by night and by day, till the months were accomplished, and she sat down on the stool of delivery. Allah made the child birth easy to her, and she bare a daughter. Whereupon she sent for Sharrkan, and seeing him, she said to him, This is thy daughter. Name her as thou wilt. Quoth he, It is usual to name children on the 7th day after birth. Then he bent over the child to kiss it, and he saw, hung about its neck, a jewel, which he knew at once for one of those which Princess Abrizah had brought from the land of the Greeks. Now when he saw the jewel hanging from his babe's neck, he recognized it right well. His senses fled, and wrath seized on him. His eyes rolled in rage, and he looked at Nuzhat al-Zaman, and said to her, Whence hadst thou this jewel, O slave girl? When she heard this from Sharrkan, she replied, I am thy lady, and the lady of all in thy palace. Art thou not ashamed to say to me, slave girl? I am Queen, daughter of King Omar bin al Nu'uman. Hearing this, he was seized with trembling, and hung his head earthwards, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 24 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on February 20th, 2009. Section 25, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 25. When it was the 69th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Sharrkan heard these words, his heart fluttered, and his colour waxed yellow, and he was seized with trembling, and he hung his head earthwards, for he knew that she was his sister by the same father. Then he lost his senses, and when he revived, he abode in amazement, but did not discover his identity to her, and asked, O my lady, say, art thou in sooth the daughter of King Omar bin al Nu'uman? Yes, answered she. And he continued, Tell me the cause of thy leaving thy sire, and of thy being sold for a slave. So she related to him all that had befallen her from beginning to end, how she had left her brother sick in the sanctified city, Jerusalem, and how the Badawi had kidnapped her, and had sold her to the trader. When Sharrkan heard this, he was certified of her being his sister on the sword side, and said to himself, How can I have my sister to wife? By Allah, needs must I marry her to one of my chamberlains, and if the thing get wind, I will declare that I divorced her before consummation and married her to my chief chamberlain." Then he raised his head and sighing said, "O Nuzhat al Zaman, thou art my very sister, and I cry, I take refuge with Allah from this sin whereinto we have fallen, for I am Sharrkan, son of Omar bin al Nu'uman." She looked at him and knew he spoke the truth, and becoming as one demented, she wept and buffeted her face, exclaiming, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah! Verily have we fallen into mortal sin. What shall I do, and what shall I say to my father and my mother when they ask me, 'Whence hadst thou thy daughter?'" Quoth Sharrkan, "It were meetest that I marry thee to my chamberlain and let thee bring up my daughter in his house, that none may know thou be my sister. This hath befallen us from Almighty Allah for a purpose of His own, and nothing shall cover us but thy marriage with this chamberlain ere any know." Then he fell to comforting her and kissing her head, and she asked him, "What wilt thou call the girl?" "Call her 𝔅𝔀𝐿𝐼𝔀𝐿, answered he. Then he gave the mother in marriage to the chief chamberlain and transferred her to his house with the child, which they reared on the laps of slave girls, and fed with milk and dosed with powders. Now all this occurred whilst the brother, Zau al Makan, still tarried with the firemen at Damascus. One day there came to King Sharrkan a courier from his father with a letter which he took and read and found therein, "After the Bismillah know, O beloved King, that I am afflicted with sore affliction from the loss of my children. Sleep ever faileth me and wakefulness ever assaileth me. I send thee this letter, that as soon as thou receivest it thou make ready the monies and the tribute and send them to us, together with the damsel whom thou hast bought and taken to wife, for I long to see her and hear her discourse, more especially because there hath come to us from Roum land an old woman of saintly bearing, and with her be 5 damsels high bosomed virgins, endowed with knowledge and good breeding and all arts and sciences befitting mortals to know. And indeed tongue faileth me to describe this old woman and these who with her wend, for of a truth they are compendiums of perfections in learning and accomplishments. As soon as I saw them I loved them, and I wished to have them in my palace and in the compass of my hand, for none of the kings owneth the like of them. So I asked the old woman their price, and she answered, 'I will not sell them but for the tribute of Damascus.' And I, by Allah, did not hold this price exorbitant; indeed it is but little, for each one of them is worth the whole valuation. So I agreed to that and took them into my palace, and they remain in my possession. Wherefore do thou forward the tribute to us, that the woman may return to her own country, and send to us the damsel to the end that she may dispute with them before the doctors, and if she prevail over them, I will return her to thee accompanied by the tribute of Baghdad." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 70th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that King Omar son of al Nu'uman said in his letter, 'And send to us the damsel to the end that she may dispute with them before the doctors, and if she prevail over them, I will return her to thee accompanied with the tribute of Baghdad.'" As soon as Sharrkan knew the contents he went to his brother-in-law and said to him, "Bring the damsel to whom I married thee." And when she came he showed her the letter and said, "O my sister, what answer wouldst thou advise me make to this letter?" Replied she, "Seek advice from thyself," and presently added, for she yearned after her people and her native land, "Send me together with my husband the chamberlain to Baghdad, that I may tell my father my tale, and let him know whatso befell me with the Badawi who sold me to the merchant, and that I also inform him how thou boughtest me of the trader and gavest me in marriage to the chamberlain, after setting me free." "Be it so," replied Sharrkan. Then Sharrkan took his daughter 𝔅𝔀𝐿𝐼𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 and committed her to the charge of the wet nurses and the eunuchs; and he made ready the tribute in haste, bidding the chamberlain travel with the Princess and the treasure to Baghdad. He also furnished him 2 travelling litters, one for himself and the other for his wife; and the chamberlain replied, "To hear is to obey." Moreover, Sharrkan collected camels and mules and wrote a letter to his father and committed it to the chamberlain; then he bade farewell to his sister, after he had taken the jewel from her, and hung it round his daughter's neck by a chain of pure gold. And she and her husband set out for Baghdad the same night. Now it so happened that Zau al Makan and his friend the fireman had come forth from the hut in which they were, to see the spectacle, and they beheld camels and bukhti dromedaries, and bat mules, and torches and lanterns alight. And Zau al Makan inquired about the loads and their owner, and was told that it was the tribute of Damascus, going to King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, lord of the city of Baghdad. He then asked, Who be the leader of the caravan? And they answered, The head chamberlain, who hath married the damsel so famous for learning and science. Thereupon Zau al Makan wept with bitter weeping, and was minded of his mother and his father and his sister and his native land, and he said to the stoker, I will join this caravan, and little by little will journey homewards. Quoth the fireman, I would not suffer thee to travel single-handedly from the holy city to Damascus. Then how shall I be sure of thy safety when thou farest for Baghdad? But I will go with thee, and care for thee till thou effectest thine object. With joy and good will, answered Zau al Makan. Then the fireman get him ready for the journey, and hired an ass, and threw saddle-bags over it, and put therein something of provaunt. And when all was prepared, he awaited the passage of the caravan. And presently the chamberlain came by on a dromedary, and his footmen about him. Then Zau al Makan mounted the ass, and said to his companion, Do thou mount with me. But he replied, Not so, I will be thy servant. Quoth Zau al Makan, There is no help for it, but thou ride awhile. 'Tis well, quoth the stoker, I will ride when I grow tired. Then said Zau al Makan, O my brother, soon shalt thou see how I will deal with thee when I come to my own folk. So they fared on till the sun rose, and when it was the hour of the noonday sleep, the chamberlain called a halt, and they alighted and reposed and watered their camels. Then he gave the signal for departure, and after 5 days they came to the city of Hama, where they sat down and made a 3 days' halt. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 71st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they halted in the city of Hama 3 days. They then fared forwards, and ceased not travelling till they reached another city. Here also they halted 3 days, and thence they travelled till they entered the province Diyarbakr. Here blew on them the breezes of Baghdad, and Zau al Makan bethought him of his father and his mother and native land, and how he was returning to his sire without his sister. So he wept and sighed and complained, and his regrets grew on him, and he began improvising these couplets: Sweetheart, how long must I await by so long suffering teed? Nor cometh messenger to tell me where thou dost abide. Ah me, in very sooth our meeting time was short enow. Would Heaven shorter prove to me the present parting tide! Now trend my hand and open my robe, and thou within shall sight how wasted are the limbs of me, and yet the waste I hide. When say they, Comfort take for loss of love, I but reply, By Allah, till the day of doom no comfort shall betide. Thereupon said to him the fireman, Leave this weeping and wailing, for we are near the chamberlain's tent. Quoth Zau al Makan, Needs must I recite somewhat of verse, haply it may quench the fire of my heart. Allah upon thee, cried the other, cease this lamentation till thou come to thine own country. Then do what thou wilt, and I will be with thee wherever thou art. Replied Zau al Makan, By Allah, I cannot forbear from this. Then he turned his face towards Baghdad, and the moon was shining brightly, and shedding her light on the place. And Nuzhat al Zaman could not sleep that night, but was restless, and called to mind her brother, and wept. And while she was in tears, she heard Zau al Makan weeping and improvising the following distichs: Al Yaman's levin gleam I see, and sore despair despaireth me, for friend who erst abode with me, crowning my cup with gladdest gree. It minds me of one who jilted me to mourn my bitter liberty. Say sooth, thou fair sheet lightning, shall we meet once more in joy and glee? O blamer, spare me to thy blame! My lord hath sent this dule to dree, of friend who left me fain to flee, of time that breeds calamity. All bliss hath fled the heart of me since fortune proved mine enemy. He brimmed a bowl of merest pine, and made me drain the dregs, did he. I see my sweetheart dead and gone, ere I again shall gaze on thee. Time, prithee bring our childhood back, restore our happy infancy, when joy and safety joyed we, from shafts that now they shoot at me. Who aids the hapless stranger wight, that nights in fright and misery, that wastes his days in lonely grief, for time's delight no more must be, doomed us, despite our will, to bear the hands of base Bors, cark, and care. When he ended his verse, he cried out and fell down in a fainting fit. This is how it fared with him. But as regards Nuzhat al Zaman, when she heard that voice in the night, her heart was at rest, and she rose, and in her joy she called the chief eunuch, who said to her, What is thy will? Quoth she, Arise, and bring me him who recited verses but now. Replied he, Of a truth I did not hear him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 25 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on February 22nd, 2009.
Section 26, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐶. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 26. When it was the 72nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al Zaman heard her brother reciting, she called the chief eunuch, and said to him, Go, fetch me the man who is repeating this poetry. Replied he, Of a truth I heard him not, and I wot him not, and folks are all sleeping. But she said, Whomsoever thou seest awake, he is the reciter. So he went, yet found none on wake, save the stalker, for Zau al-Makan was still insensible. And when his companions saw the eunuch standing by his head, he was afraid of him. Then said the eunuch, Art thou he who repeated poetry but now, and my lady heard him? The stalker fancied that the dame was wroth with the reciter, and being afraid, he replied, By Allah, 'twas not I. Rejoined the eunuch, Who then was the reciter? Point him out to me. Thou must know who it was, seeing that thou art awake. The fireman feared for Zau al-Makan, and said in himself, Haply the eunuch will do him some hurt. So he answered, By Allah, I know not who it was. Said the eunuch, By Allah, thou liest, for there is none on wake here but thou. So needs must thou know him. By Allah, replied the fireman, I tell thee the truth. Some passer-by, some wayfarer must have recited the verses and disturbed me and kept me awake. Allah requite him. Quoth the eunuch, If thou happen upon him, point him out to me, and I will lay hands on him, and bring him to the door of Our Lady's litter, or do thou take him with thine own hand. Said the fireman, Go thou back, and I will bring him to thee. So the eunuch left him and went his way, and going in to his mistress, told her all this, and said to her, None knoweth who it was. It must have been some passer-by, some wayfarer. And she was silent. Meanwhile, Zau al-Makan came to himself, and saw that the moon was reached the middle heavens. The breath of the dawn breeze breathed upon him, and his heart was moved to longing and sadness. So he cleared his throat, and was about to recite verses, when the fireman asked him, What wilt thou do? Answered Zau al-Makan, I have a mind to repeat somewhat of poetry, that I may quench therewith the fire of my heart. Quoth the other, Thou knowest not what befell me whilst thou wast a faint, and how I escaped death only by beguiling the eunuch. Tell me what happened, quoth Zau al-Makan. Replied the stalker, While thou wast aswoon, there came up to me but now an eunuch, with a long staff of almond tree wood in his hand, who took to looking in all the people's faces, as they lay asleep, and asked me who it was recited the verse, finding none awake but myself. I told him in reply it was some passer-by, some wayfarer. So he went away, and Allah delivered me from him, else had he killed me. But first he said to me, If thou hear him again, bring him to us. When Zau al-Makan heard this, he wept and said, Who is it would forbid me to recite? I will surely recite, befall me what may, for I am near mine own land, and care for none. Rejoined the fireman, Thou design is not, save to lose thy life. And Zau al-Makan retorted, Needs must I recite verses. Verily, said the stalker, needs must there be a parting between me and thee in this place, albeit I had intended not to leave thee till I had brought thee to thy native city, and reunited thee with thy mother and father. Thou hast now tarried with me a year and a half, and I have never harmed thee in aught. What ails thee, then, that thou must needs recite verses, seeing that we are tired out with walking and watching, and all the folk are asleep? For they require sleep to rest them of their fatigue. But Zau al-Makan answered, I will not be turned away from my purpose. Then grief moved him, and he threw off concealment and began repeating these couplets. Stand thou by the homes and hail the lords of the ruined stead. Cry thou for an answer, belike reply to thee shall be sped. If the night and absence irk thy spirit, kindle a torch, we repine, and illuminate the gloom with a gleaming greed. If the snake of the sand dunes hiss, I shall marvel not at all. Let him bite, so I bite those beauteous lips of the luscious red. O Eden, my soul hath fled in despite of the maid I love. Had I lost hope of heaven, my heart in despair were dead. And he also improvised the two following distichs. We were and were the days enthralled to all our wills, dwelling in union sweet, and homed in fairest sight. Who shall restore the home of the beloved, where showed light of the place, for I conjoined the time's delight? And as he ceased his verses, he shrieked 3 shrieks, and fell senseless to the ground, and the fireman rose and covered him. When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard the first improvisation, she called to mind her father and her mother and her brother and their whilom home. Then she wept and cried to the eunuch and said to him, Woe to thee! He who recited the first time hath recited the second time, and I heard him hard by. By Allah, an thou fetch him not to me, I will assuredly rouse the chamberlain on thee, and he shall beat thee and cast thee out. But take these 100 dinars, and give them to the singer, and bring him to me gently, and do him no hurt. If he refuse, hand to him this purse of 1,000 dinars. Then leave him, and return to me, and tell me, after thou hast informed thyself of his place and his calling, and what countryman he is. Return quickly, and linger not. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 73rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman sent the eunuch to make enquiries concerning the singer, and said, Beware how thou come back to me and report I could not find him." So the eunuch went out and laid about the people and trod in their tents, but found none awake, all being asleep for weariness, till he came to the stalker and saw him sitting up with his head uncovered. So he drew near, and seizing him by the hand, said to him, "It was thou didst recite the verses." The fireman was afeared for his life, and replied, "No, by Allah, O chief of the people, it was not I." But the eunuch said, "I will not leave thee till thou show me who it was that recited the verses, for I dread returning to my lady without him." Now when the fireman heard these words, he feared for Zau al-Makan, and wept with exceeding weeping, and said to the eunuch, "By Allah, it was not I, and I know him not. I only heard some passer-by, some wayfarer, recite verses. So do not thou commit sin on me, for I am a stranger, and come from the holy city of Jerusalem, and Abraham, the friend of Allah, be with you all." "Rise up and fare with me," rejoined the eunuch, "and tell my lady this with thine own mouth, for I have seen none awake save thyself." Quoth the stalker, "Hast thou not come and seen me sitting in the place where I am now, and dost thou not know my station? Thou wottest none can stir from his place, except the watchman seize him. So go thou to thy station, and if thou again meet any one after this hour reciting aught of poetry, whether he be near or far, it will be I, or some one I know, and thou shalt not learn of him but by me." Then he kissed the eunuch's head, and spake him fair till he went away. But the castrato fetched around, and returning secretly, came and stood behind the fireman, fearing to go back to his mistress without tidings. As soon as he was gone, the stalker arose and aroused Zau al-Makan, and said to him, "Come, sit up, that I may tell thee what hath happened." So Zau al-Makan sat up, and his companion told him what had passed, and he answered, "Let me alone, I will take no heed of this, and I care for none, for I am mine own country." Quoth the stalker, "Why wilt thou obey thy flesh and the devil? If thou fear no one, I fear for thee and for my life. So Allah upon thee, recite nothing more of verses till thou come to thine own land. Indeed, I had not deemed thee so ill-conditioned. Dost thou not know that this lady is the wife of the chamberlain, and is minding to chastise thee for disturbing her? Belike, she is ill or restless for fatigue of the journey and the distance of the place from her home, and this is the second time she hath sent the eunuch to look for thee." However, Zau al-Makan paid no heed to the fireman's words, but cried out a third time, and began versifying with these couplets: "I fly the carper's injury, whose carping sorely vexed me. He chides and taunts me, wotting not, he burns me but more grievously. The blamer cries, he is consoled. I say, my own dear land to see. They ask, why be that land so dear? I say, it taught me in love to be. They ask, what raised its dignity? I say, what made my ignominy? Whatever the bitter cup I drain, far be from me thy land to flee. Nor will I bow to those who blame, and for such love would deal me shame." Hardly had he made an end of his verses and come to a conclusion, when the eunuch, who had heard him from his hiding place at his head, came up to him. Whereupon the firemen flee and stood afar off to see what passed between them. Then said the eunuch to Zau al-Makan, "Peace be with thee, O my lord." "And on thee be peace," replied Zau al-Makan, "and the mercy of Allah and his blessings." "O my lord," continued the eunuch. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 74th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the eunuch said to Zau al-Makan, "O my lord, I have sought thee several times this night, for my mistress biddeth thee to her." Quoth Zau al-Makan, "And who be this bitch that seeketh for me? Allah curse her and curse her husband with her." And he began to revel the eunuch, who could make him no answer, because his mistress had charged him to do Zau al-Makan no hurt, nor bring him save of his own especial free will, and if he would not accompany him, to give him the 1,000 dinars. So the castrato began to speak him fair, and say to him, "O my lord, take this purse, and go with me. We will do thee no upright, O my son, nor wrong thee in aught. But our object is that thou bend thy gracious steps with me to my mistress, to receive her answer, and return in weal and safety, and thou shalt have a handsome present, as one who bringeth good news." When Zau al-Makan heard this, he arose and went with the eunuch, and walked among the sleeping folk, stepping over them, whilst the fireman followed after them from afar, and kept his eye upon him, and said to himself, "Alas, the pity of his youth! Tomorrow they will hang him." And he ceased not following them till he approached their station, without any observing him. Then he stood still, and said, "How base it will be of him if he say it was I who bade him recite the verses." This was the case of the stalker. But as regards what befell Zau al-Makan, he ceased not walking with the eunuch till he reached his station, and the castrato went in to Nuzhat al-Zaman and said, "O my lady, I have brought thee him whom thou soughtest, and he is a youth, fair in face and bearing the marks of wealth and gentle breeding." When she heard this, her heart fluttered, and she cried, "Let him recite some verses, that I may hear him near hand, and after ask him his name and his condition and his native land." Then the eunuch went out to Zau al-Makan and said to him, "Recite what verses thou knowest, for my lady is here hard by, listening to thee, and after I will ask thee of thy name and thy native country and thy condition." Replied he, "With love and gladness, but an thou ask my name, it is erased, and my trace is unplaced, and my body a waste. I have a story, the beginning of which is not known, nor can the end of it be shown, and behold, I am even as one who hath exceeded in wine drinking, and who hath not spared himself, one who is afflicted with distempers, and who wandereth from his right mind, being perplexed about his case, and drowned in the sea of thought." When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard this, she broke out into excessive weeping and sobbing, and said to the eunuch, "Ask him if he have parted from one he loveth, even as his mother or father." The castrato asked as she bade him, and Zau al-Makan replied, "Yes, I have parted from every one I loved, but my dearest of all to me was my sister, from whom fate hath parted me." When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard this, she exclaimed, "Allah Almighty reunite him with what he loveth." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 26 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀💍💍. Section 27, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀💍💍. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 27. When it was the 75th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard his words, she said, Allah reunite him with what he loveth. Then quoth she to the eunuch, Tell him to let me hear somewhat anent his separation from his countrymen and his country." The eunuch did so, and Zau al-Makan sighed heavily and began repeating these couplets. Is not her love a pledge by all mankind confessed? The house that ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 be forever blessed. Her love all levels, men can reck of naught beside. Naught or before or after can for men have zest. 'Tis though the vale is paved with musk and ambergris, that day when ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 footstep on its face is pressed. Hail to the beauty of our camp, the pride of folk, the dearling who enslave all hearts by her behest. Allah on time's delight send large dropped clouds that teem with genial rain, but bear no thunder in their breast. And also these: I vow to Allah, if at home I sight my sister Nuzhat al-Zamani highs, I'll pass the days in joyance and delight, mid bashful minions, maidens soft and white. To sound of harps in various modes they smite, draining the bowl, while eyes rain lively light. Neat half-closed lids, as sipping lips red bright, by stream bank flowing through my garden sight. When he had finished his verse, Nuzhat al-Zaman lifted up a skirt of the litter curtain and looked at him. As soon as her eyes fell on his face, she knew him for certain, and cried out, "O my brother, O Zau al-Makan!" He also looked at her, and knew her, and cried out, "O my sister, O Nuzhat al-Zaman!" Then she threw herself upon him, and he gathered her to his bosom, and the twain fell down in a fainting fit. When the eunuch saw this case, he wondered at them, and throwing over them somewhat to cover them, waited till they should recover. After a while they came to themselves, and Nuzhat al-Zaman rejoiced with exceeding joy. Oppression and depression left her, and gladness took the mastery of her, and she repeated these verses: Time sware my life should fare in woeful waste. Forsworn our time, expiate thy sin in haste. Comes weal, and comes a welcome friend to aid. To him who brings good news, rise, gird thy waist. I spurned old world tales of Eden bliss, till came 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔀 on those lips. When Zau al-Makan heard this, he pressed his sister to his breast. Tears streamed from his eyes for excess of joy, and he repeated these couplets: Long I lamented that we fell apart, while tears repentant railed from thine eye, and sware, if time unite us twain once more, severance shall never sound from tongue of mine. Joy hath so overwhelmed me that excess of pleasure from mine eyes draws gouts of brine. Tears, O mine eyes, have now become your wont. Ye weep for pleasure, and ye weep for pine. they sat a while at the litter door, till she said to him, "Come with me into the litter, and tell me all that hath befallen thee, and I will tell thee what happened to me." So they entered, and Zau al-Makan said, "Do thou begin thy tale." Accordingly, she told him all that had come to her since their separation at the Khan, and what had happened to her with the Badawi, how the merchant had bought her of him, and had taken her to her brother Sharrkan, and had sold her to him, how he had freed her at the time of buying, how he had made a marriage contract with her, and had gone in to her, and how the king, their sire, had sent and asked for her from Sharrkan. Then quoth she, "Praised be Allah, who hath vouchsafed thee to me, and ordained that, even as we left our father together, so together shall we return to him." And she added, "Of a truth my brother Sharrkan gave me in marriage to this chamberlain, that he might carry me to my father. And this is what befell me from first to last. So now tell me how it hath fared with thee since I left thee." Thereupon he told her all that had happened to him from beginning to end, and how Allah vouchsafed to send the fireman to him, and how he had journeyed with him and spent his money on him, and had served him night and day. She praised the stoker for this, and Zau al-Makan added, "Of a truth, O my sister, this fireman hath dealt with me in such benevolent wise as would not lover with lass, nor sire with son, for that he fasted and gave it me to eat, and he walked whilst he made me ride, and I owe my life to him." Said she, "Allah willing, we will requite him for all this according to our power." Then she called the eunuch, who came and kissed Zau al-Makan's hand, and she said, "Take thy reward for glad tidings, O face of good omen. It was thy hand reunited me with my brother, so the purse I gave thee and all in it are thine. But now go to thy master and bring him quickly to me." The castrato rejoiced, and going into the chamber led him to his mistress. Accordingly he came to his wife, and finding Zau al-Makan with her, asked who he was. So she told him all that had befallen them both, first to last, and added, "Know, O chamberlain, that thou hast married no slave girl, far from it. Thou hast taken to wife the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, for I am Nuzhat al-Zaman, and this is my brother, Zau al-Makan." When the chamberlain heard this story, he knew it to be sooth, and its manifest truth appeared to him, as he was certified that he was become King Omar bin al-Nu'man's son-in-law. So he said to himself, "'Twill be my fate to be made viceroy of some province." Then he went up to Zau al-Makan and gave him joy of his safety reunion with his sister, and bade his servants forthwith make him ready a tent and one of the best of his own horses to ride. Thereupon said Nuzhat al-Zaman, "We are now near our country, and I would be left alone with my brother, that we may enjoy each other's company, and take our fill of it ere we reach Baghdad, for we have been parted a long, long time." "Be it as thou biddest," replied the chamberlain, and going forth from them, sent them wax candles and various kinds of sweetmeats, together with 3 suits of the costliest for Zau al-Makan. Then he returned to the litter and related the good he had done, and Nuzhat al-Zaman said to him, "Bid the eunuch bring me the fireman," and gave him a horse to ride, and rationed him with a tray of food morning and evening. and let him be forbidden to leave us." The chamberlain called the castrato and charged him to do accordingly. So he replied, "I hear and I obey." And he took his pages with him and went out in search of the stalker till he found him in the rear of the caravan, girding his ass and preparing for flight. The tears were running down his cheeks, out of fear for his life and grief for his separation from Zau al-Makan. And he was saying to himself, "Indeed, I warned him for the love of Allah, but he would not listen to me. Oh, would I knew what is become of him." Ere he had done speaking, the eunuch was standing by his head, whilst the pages surrounded him. The fireman turned, and seeing the eunuch and the pages gathered around him, became yellow with fear. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 76th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the stalker girded his ass for flight, and bespake himself, saying, 'Oh, would I knew what is become of him!' Ere he had done speaking, the castrato was standing by his head, and his side muscles quivered for fear, and he lifted up his voice and cried, 'Verily he knoweth not the value of the good offices I have done him. I believe he hath denounced me to the eunuch, hence these pages at about me, and he hath made me an accomplice in his crime.' Then the effeminated one cried at him, saying, 'Who was it recited the verses? O liar! Why didst thou say, I never repeated these couplets, nor do I know who repeated them, when it was thy companion? But now I will not leave thee between this place and Baghdad, and what betideth thy comrade shall betide thee.' Quoth the fireman, 'What I feared hath befallen me,' and he repeated these couplets: 'Twas as I feared, the coming ills discerning, but unto Allah we are all returning.' Then the eunuch cried upon the pages, saying, 'Take him off the ass.' So they carried him along with the caravan, surrounded by the pages, as the white contains the black of the eye. And the castrato said to them, 'If a hair of him be lost, you will be lost with it.' And he bade them privily treat him with honor and not humiliate him. But when the stalker saw himself beset by the pages, he despaired of his life, and turning to the eunuch, said to him, 'O chief, I am neither this youth's brother, nor am I akin to him, nor is he sib to me, but I was a fireman in the Hammam, and found him cast out, in his sickness, on the dung heap.' Then the caravan fared on, and the stalker wept, and imagined in himself 1,000 things, whilst the eunuch walked by his side, and told him nothing, but said to him, 'Thou disturbest our mistress by reciting verses, thou and this youth, but fear nothing for thyself,' and kept laughing at him the while to himself. Whenever the caravan halted, they served him with food, and he and the castrato ate from one dish. Then the eunuch bade his lads bring a gugglet of sugared sherbet, and after drinking himself, gave it to the fireman, who drank. But all the while his tears never dried, out of fear for his life, and grief for his separation from Zau al-Makan, and for what had befallen them in their strangerhood. So they both travelled on with the caravan, whilst the chamberlain now rode by the door of his wife's litter, in attendance of Zau al-Makan and his sister, and now gave an eye to the fireman. And Nuzhat al-Zaman and her brother occupied themselves with converse and mutual condolence. And they ceased not after this fashion till they came within 3 days' journey from Baghdad. Here they alighted at eventide, and rested till the morning morrowed. And as they awoke, and they were about to load the beasts, behold, there appeared afar off a great cloud of dust that darkened the firmament, till it became black as gloomiest night. Thereupon the chamberlain cried out to them, "Stay, and your loading delay." Then, mounted with his Mamelukes, rode forward in the direction of the dust cloud. When they drew near, suddenly appeared under it a numerous conquering host, like the full tide sea, with flags and standards, drums and kettledrums, horsemen and footmen. The chamberlain marvelled at this, and when the troops saw him, there detached itself from amongst them a plump of 500 cavaliers, who fell upon him and his suite, and surrounded them, 5 for 1. Whereupon said he to them, "What is the matter, and what are these troops, that ye do this with us?" Asked they, "Who art thou, and whence comest thou, and whither art thou bound?" And he answered, "I am the chamberlain of the Emir of Damascus, King Sharrkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of Baghdad, and of the land of Khorasan, and I bring tribute and presents from him to his father in Baghdad." When the horsemen heard these words, they let their head kerchiefs fall over their faces, and wept, saying, "In very sooth King Omar is dead, and he is dead not but of poison. So fare ye forwards, no harm shall befall you till you join his Grand Wazir Dandan." Now when the chamberlain heard this, he wept sore, and exclaimed, "Oh, for our disappointment in this our journey!" Then he and all his suite wept till they had come up to the host, and sought access to the Wazir Dandan, who granted an interview, and called a halt, and causing his pavilion to be pitched, sat down on a couch therein, and commanded to admit the chamberlain. Then he bade him be seated, and questioned him. And he replied that he was chamberlain to the Emir of Damascus, and was bound to King Omar with presents and the tribute of Syria. The Wazir, hearing the mention of King Omar's name, wept, and said, "King Omar is dead by poison." And upon his dying, the folk fell out amongst themselves as to who should succeed him, until they were like to slay one another on his account. But the notables and grandees and the 4 Qazis interposed, and all the people agreed to refer the matter to the decision of the 4 judges, and that none should gainsay them. So it was agreed that we go to Damascus, and fetch thence the king's son Sharrkan, and make him sultan over his father's realm. And amongst them were some who would have chosen the cadet Zau al-Makan, for, quoth they, his name be light of the place, and he hath a sister Nuzhat al-Zaman highs, the delight of the time. But they set out 5 years ago for Al-Hijaz, and none wotteth what is become of them. When the chamberlain heard this, he knew that his wife had told him the truth of her adventures, and he grieved with sore grief for the death of King Omar, albeit he joyed with exceeding joy, especially at the arrival of Zau al-Makan, for that he would now become Sultan of Baghdad in his father's stead. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 27 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀🐶. Section 28, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀🐶. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 28. When it was the 77th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharrkan's chamberlain heard of the death of King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, he mourned, but he rejoiced because of his wife and her brother Zau al-Makan, who would become Sultan of Baghdad in his father's stead. So he turned to the Wazir Dandan and said to him, Verily, your tale is a wonder of wonders. Know, O Chief Wazir, that here, where you have encountered me, Allah hath given you rest from fatigue and bringeth you your desire after the easiest of fashions. For that His Almighty will restoreth to you Zau al-Makan and his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, whereby we will settle the matter as we easily can. When the minister heard these words, he rejoiced with great joy and said, O Chamberlain, tell me the tale of the twain, and what befell them, and the cause of their long absence. So he repeated to him the whole story, and told him that Nuzhat al-Zaman was his wife, and related to him the adventures of Zau al-Makan from first to last. As soon as he had ended his tale, the Wazir sent for the Emirs and Wazirs and chief officers and acquainted them with the matter, whereat they rejoiced with great joy and wondered at the happy chance. Then they gathered in a body and went in to the Chamberlain and did their service to him, kissing the ground between his hands. And the Wazir Dandan also rose and went out to meet him and stood before him in honor. After this, the Chamberlain held on that day a Divan council, and he and the Wazir sat upon a throne, whilst all the Emirs and Grandees and officers of state took their places before them, according to their several ranks. Then they melted sugar in rose water and drank, after which the Emirs sat down and held council, and permitted the rest of the host to mount and ride forward leisurely, till they should make an end of their debate and overtake them. So the officers kissed the ground between their hands, and mounting, rode onwards, preceded by the standards of war. When the Grandees had finished their conference, they took horse and rejoined the host, and the Chamberlain approached the Wazir Dandan and said, I deem it well to ride on before you and precede you, that I may get ready a place for the Sultan and notify him of your coming and of your choosing him as Sultan over the head of his brother Sharrkan. Aright thou reckest, answered the Wazir. Then the Chamberlain rose up in haste, and Dandan also stood up to do him honor, and brought him presents, which he conjured him to accept. In similar guise did all the Emirs and Grandees and officers of state, bringing him gifts and calling down blessings on him, and saying to him, Haply thou wilt mention our case to Sultan Zau al-Makan, and speak to him to continue us in our dignities. The Chamberlain promised all they required, and bade his pages be ready to march, whereupon the Wazir Dandan sent with him tents, and bade the tent pitchers set them up at a day's journey from the city, and they did his bidding. Then the Chamberlain mounted and rode forward, full of joy, and said to himself, How blessed is this journey! And indeed his wife was exalted in his eyes, she and her brother Zau al-Makan. They made all haste over their wayfare, till they reached a place distant a day's journey from Baghdad, where the Chamberlain called a halt for rest, and bade his men alight and make ready a sitting place for the Sultan Zau al-Makan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, while he rode forward with his Mamelukes, and alighting at a distance from Nuzhat al-Zaman's litter, commanding the eunuchs to ask leave of admission to the presence. They did so, and she gave permission, whereupon he went in to her and conversed with her and her brother, and told them of the death of their father, and of Zau al Makan, how the heads of the people had made him king over them in the stead of his sire, and he gave them joy of the kingdom. They both wept for their father and asked the manner of his being killed, but the chamberlain answered, "The news rests with Wazir Dandan, who will be here tomorrow, leading all the host, and it only remaineth for thee, O king, to do what they counsel, since they have unanimously chosen thee sultan. For if thou do not this, they will choose some one else, and thou canst not be sure of thy life with another sultan. Haply he will kill thee, or discord may befall between you twain, and the kingdom pass out of the hands of both." Zau al Makan bowed his head awhile, and then said, "I accept the position." For indeed there was no refusing, and he was certified that the chamberlain had counselled him well and wisely, and set him on the right way. Then he added, "O my uncle, how shall I do with my brother Sharrkan?" "O my son," replied the chamberlain, "thy brother will be Sultan of Damascus, and thou Sultan of Baghdad. So take heart of grace and get ready thy case." Zau al Makan accepted this, and the chamberlain presented him with a suit of royal raiment and a dagger of state, which the Wazir Dandan had brought with him. Then, leaving him, he bade the tent pitchers choose a spot of rising ground, and set up thereon a spacious pavilion, wherein the Sultan might sit to receive the emirs and grandees. Moreover, he ordered the kitcheners to cook rich viands and serve them, and he commanded the water carriers to dispose the water troughs. They did as he bade them, and presently arose a cloud of dust from the ground, and spread till it walled the horizon around. After a while the dust dispersed, and there appeared under it the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, a conquering host like the full tide sea. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 78th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the chamberlain bade the tent pitchers set up a pavilion spacious enough to receive the subjects flocking to their sultan, they planted a splendid shamiyana befitting kings. And as they ended their labor, behold, a dust cloud spired aloft, and the breeze made it lift, and beneath it showed a conquering host. And presently it appeared that this was the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, preceded by the Wazir Dandan. And in it all rejoiced at the accession of the light of the place. Now Zau al Makan had donned robes of royal state, and girt himself with a sword of state. So the chamberlain brought him a steed, and he mounted, surrounded by Mamelukes, and all the company from the tents on foot, to do him service. And he rode on until he came to the great pavilion, where he sat down, and he laid the royal dagger across his thighs, whilst the chamberlain stood in attendance on him, and his armed slaves stationed themselves under the entrance awning of the Shamiana, with drawn swords in their hands. Presently up came the troops and the host, and craved admission. So the chamberlain went in to Zau al Makan, and asked his leave, whereupon he bade admit them 10 by 10. The chamberlain acquainted them with the king's commands, to which they replied, "We hear and we obey," and all drew up before the pavilion entrance. Then he took 10 of them and carried them through the vestibule into the presence of Sultan Zau al-Makan, whom, when they saw, they were awed. But he received them with most gracious kindness and promised them all good. So they gave him joy of his safe return and invoked Allah's blessings upon him, after which they took the oath of fealty, never to gainsay him in aught, and they kissed ground before him and withdrew. Then other 10 entered, and he entreated them as he had entreated the others, and they ceased not to enter, 10 by 10, till none was left but the Wazir Dandan. Lastly, the minister went in and kissed the ground before Zau al-Makan, who rose to meet him, saying, "Welcome, O Wazir and sire's son's peer. Verily, thine acts are those of a counselor right dear, and judgment and foreseeing clear are in the hands of the subtle of Lear." Then bade him the chamberlain forthwith go out and cause the tables to be spread, and order all the troops thereto. So they came and ate and drank. Moreover, the Sultan commanded his Wazir Dandan call a 10 days' halt of the army, that he might be private with him, and learn from him how and wherefore his father had been slain. The Wazir obeyed the commands of the Sultan with a submission, and wished him eternity of glory, and said, "This needs must be." He then repaired to the heart of the encampment, and ordered the host to halt 10 days. They did as he bade them, and moreover he gave them leave to divert themselves, and ordered that none of the lords in waiting should attend upon the king for service during the space of 3 days. Then the Wazir went to the Sultan and reported all to him, and Zau al-Makan waited until nightfall, when he went in to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman and asked her, "Dost thou know the cause of my father's murder or not?" "I have no knowledge of the cause," she answered, and drew a silken curtain before herself, whilst Zau al-Makan seated himself without the curtain, and commanded the Wazir to the presence, and when he came, said to him, "I desire thou relate to me in detail the cause of the killing of my sire, King Omar bin al-Nu'man." "Know then, O King," replied Dandan, "that King Omar bin al-Nu'man, when he returned from Baghdad from his chasing and hunting, and entered the city, inquired for thee and thy sister, but could not find you, and knew that you twain had gone on the pilgrimage. Whereat he was greatly grieved and much angered, and his breast was straitened, and he abode thus half a year, seeking news of you from all who came and went, but none could give him any tidings. Now, while we were in attendance upon him one day, after a whole year had sped since ye were lost to his sight, lo, there came to us an ancient dame, with signs of being a devotee, accompanied by 5 damsels, high-bosomed virgins, like moons, endowed with such beauty and loveliness as tongue faileth to describe. And to crown their perfections and comeliness, they could read the Koran, and were versed in various kinds of learning, and in the histories of bygone peoples. Then that old woman sought audience of the king, and he bade admit her. Whereupon she entered the presence and kissed the ground between his hands. I was then sitting by his side, and he, seeing in her the sign of asceticism and devoutness, made her draw near and take seat hard by him. And when she had sat down, she addressed him and said, Know, O king, that with me are 5 damsels, whose like no king among the kings possesseth, for they are endowed with wit and beauty and loveliness and perfection. They read the Koran and the traditions, and are skilled in all manner of learning, and in the history of bygone races. They stand here between thy hands to do thee service, O King of the age. And it is by trial that folk are prized or despised. Thy father, who hath found mercy, looked at the damsels, and their favour pleased him. So he said to them, Let each and every of you make me hear something of what she knoweth anent the history of the folk of yore, and of peoples long gone before. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 28 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐶. Section 29, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐶. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 29. When it was the 79th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan said unto King Zau al-Makan, Thy father, who hath found mercy, glanced at the damsels, and their favour pleased him, and he said to them, Let each and every of you make me hear something of what she knoweth anent the history of the folk of yore, and of peoples long gone before. Thereupon one of them came forward, and kissing the ground before him, spake as follows: Know, O king, that it behoveth one of good breeding to eschew impertinence, and adorn himself with excellencies, and observe the divine injunctions, and avoid mortal sins. And to this he should apply himself with the assiduity of one who, if stray therefrom, falleth into perdition. For the foundation of good breeding is virtuous behaviour. And know that the chief cause and reason of man's existence is the endeavour after life everlasting, and the right way thereto is the service of Allah. Wherefore it behoveth thee to deal beneficently with the people, and swerve not from this canon, for the mightier men are in dignity, the more their need of prudence and foresight. And indeed monarchs need this more than the many, for the general cast themselves into affairs without taking thought to the issue thereof. Be thou prodigal of thy life and thy good in the way of Allah, and know that, if an enemy dispute with thee, thou mayst dispute with him, and refute him with proofs, and be proof against him. But as for thy friend, there is none can judge between thee and him, save righteousness and fair dealing. Choose, therefore, thy friend for thyself, after thou hast proved him. If he be of the brotherhood of futurity, let him be zealous in observing the externals of the holy law, and versed in its inner meaning, as far as may be. And if he be of the brotherhood of the world, let him be free-born, sincere, neither a fool nor a perverse, for the fool man is such that even his parents might well flee from him, and a liar cannot be a true friend. Indeed, the word siddiq, friend, deriveth from sidq, truth, that welleth up from the bottom of the heart. And how can this be the case when falsehood is manifest upon the tongue? And know that observance of the law profiteth him who practiseth it. So love thy brother, if he be of this quality, and do not cast him off, even if thou see in him that which irketh thee. For a friend is not aye like a wife, whom one can divorce and remarry. Nay, his heart is like glass, once broken, it may not be mended. And Allah bless him who saith, where how thou hurtest man with hurt of heart, 'tis hard to win thee back the heart offended. For hearts indeed, whence love is alien made, like broken glass may never more be mended. The maiden continued and concluded with pointing out to us what sages say. The best of brethren is he who is the most constant in good counsel. The best of action is that which is fairest in its consequence. And the best of praise is not that which is in the mouths of man. It is also said, it behoveth not the servant to neglect thanking Allah, especially for two favors, health and reason. Again it is said, whoso honoureth himself, his last is a light matter to him, and he who maketh much of his small troubles, Allah afflicteth him with the greater. He who obeyeth his own inclinations neglecteth his duties, and he who listeneth to the slanderer loseth the true friend. He who thinketh well of thee, do thou fulfil his thought of thee. He who exceedeth in contention sinneth, and he who against upright standeth not on ward is not safe from the sword. Now will I tell thee somewhat of the duties of qazis and judges. Know, O king, that no judgment serveth the cause of justice, save it be given after proof positive. And it behoveth the judge to treat all people on the same level, to do intent that the great may not hunger for oppression, nor the small despair of justice. Furthermore, he should extract proof from the complainant, and impose an oath upon the defendant. The mediation is admissible between Moslems, except it be a compromise sanctioning the unlawful, or forbidding the lawful. If thou shalt have done aught during the day, of which thy reason is doubtful, but thy good intention is proved, thou, O Qazi, shouldest revert to the right. For to do justice is a religious obligation, and to return to that which is right is better than persistence in wrong. Then, O judge, thou shouldest study precedents and the law of the case, and do equal justice between the suitors, withal fixing thine eyes upon the truth, and committing thine affair to Allah, be He extolled and exalted. And require thou proof of the complainant, and if he adduce evidence, let him have due benefit of it, and if not, put the defendant to his oath. For this is the ordinance of Allah. Receive thou the testimony of competent Moslem witnesses, one against other. For Almighty Allah hath commanded judges to judge by externals, He Himself taking charge of the inner and secret things. It behoveth the judge also to avoid giving judge meat, whilst suffering from stress of pain or hunger, and that in his decisions between folk he seek the face of Allah Almighty. For he whose intent is pure and who is at peace with himself, Allah shall guarantee him against what is between him and the people. Quoth al-Zuri, there are three things for which, if they be found in a Qazi, he should be disposed, namely, if he honor the base, if he love praise, and if he fear dismissal. And Omar bin Abd al-Aziz once deposed a Qazi, who asked him, why hast thou dismissed me? It hath reached me, answered Omar, that thy conversing greater than thy condition. It is said also that Iskandar said to his Qazi, I have invested thee with this function, and committed to thee in it my soul, and mine honor, and my manliness. So do thou guard it with thy sense and thine understanding. To his cook he said, thou art the Sultan of my body, so look thou tender it as thine own self. To the secretary he said, thou art the controller of my wit, so do thou watch over me in what thou writest for me and from me. Thereupon the first damsel backed out from the presence, and the second damsel came forward. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 80th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan said to Zau al-Makan. Thereupon the first damsel backed out from the presence, and a second damsel came forward, and, kissing the ground 7 times before the king thy father, spake as follows. The sage 𝔌𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 said to his son, there be 3 who are known only in 3 several cases. The merciful man is unknown save in time of wrath, the brave only in battle, and thy friend in time of need. It is said that the oppressor shall be depressed, though by people praised, and that the oppressed is at rest, though by people blamed. Quoth Allah Almighty, assuredly deem not that those who rejoice in what I have done, and who love to be praised for what they have not done, shall escape reckoning of punishment. Indeed, there is reserved for them a grievous penalty. And he said, on whom be salvation and salutation, works are according to intention, and to each man is attributed that which he intendeth. He said also, in the body is a part which being sound the rest is sound, and which being unsound the whole is unsound. And this is the heart. Now this heart is the most marvellous of what is in man, since it is that which ordereth the whole affair. If covetise stir in it, desire destroyeth him, and if affliction master it, anguish slayeth him. If anger rage in it, danger is hard upon him. If it be blessed with contentment, he is safe from discontent. If fear surprise it, he is full of mourning, and if calamity overtake it, affliction betideth him. If a man gain the use of wealth, peradventure he is diverted thereby from the remembrance of his Lord. If poverty choke him, his heart is distracted by woe, or if disquietude waste his heart, weakness causeth him to fall. Thus, in any case, nothing profiteth him, but that he be mindful of Allah, and occupy himself with gaining his livelihood in this world, and securing his place in the next. it is asked of a certain sage, who is the most ill-conditioned of men? And he answered, the man whose lusts master his manhood, and whose mind soareth over high, so that his knowledge disparageth and his excuse diminisheth. And how excellently saith the poet, freest am I of all mankind fro meddling wight, who see in others her self-error never can sight. Riches and talents are but loans to creature lent, each wears the cloak of that he bears in breast and sprite. If by mistaken door attempt an ought thou make, thou shalt go wrong, and if the door be right, go right. Continued the maiden, as for anecdotes of devotees, quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 me?" And he answered, "The Apostle of Allah, to whom be salutation and salvation, hath explained it when he saith, The pious is he who forgetteth not the grave nor calamity, and who preferreth that which endureth to that which passeth away, who counteth not the morrow as of his days, but reckoneth himself among the dead." And it is related that Abu Zar used to say, "Want is dearer to me than wealth, and unheal is dearer to me than health." Quoth one of the listeners, "May Allah have mercy on Abu Zar. For my part I say, whoso putteth his trust in the goodness of the election of Almighty Allah should be content with that condition which Allah hath chosen for him." Quoth one of the companions of the Prophet, "Ibn Abi Awfa once prayed with us the dawn prayer. When he had done, he recited, O thou enwrapped, till he came to where Allah saith, When there shall be a trumping on the trumpet, and fell down dead." It is said that Sabit al-Banani wept till he well nigh lost his eyes. They brought him a man to medicine him, who said to him, "I will cure thee, provided thou obey my bidding." Asked Sabit, "In what matter?" Quoth the leech, "In that thou leave weeping." "What is the worth of mine eyes," rejoined Sabit, "if they do not weep?" Quoth a man to Mohammed bin Abdillah, "Exhort thou me." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 81st Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan said to Zau al-Makan, Thus spake the second handmaid to the King who hath found mercy, Omar bin al-Nu'uman. Quoth a man to Mohammed bin Abillah, Exhort thou me. I exhort thee, replied he, to be a self-ruler and abstainer in this world, and in the next a greedy slave. How so? Asked the other, and Mohammed answered, The abstinent man in this world conquereth both the world that is and the world to come. And quoth Ghaus bin Abdillah, There were two brothers among the sons of Israel, one of whom said to the other, What be the most perilous thing thou hast done? Replied the brother, I once came upon a nest of young birds, so I took out one and threw it back into the nest, but among the chickens were some which drew apart from it. This is the most perilous thing I ever did. Now what be the most perilous thing thou hast ever done? He rejoined, When I arise for prayer, I am fearful that it is only for the sake of the reward. Now their father heard these words and exclaimed, O Allah, and say thy sooth, take them to thyself. It is declared by one of the wise men, verily, these were of the most virtuous of children. Quoth Sa'id bin Jubair, I was once in company with Fuzala bin Hubayyan said to him, Exhort thou me. Replied he, Bear in mind these two necessaries, shun syntheism, and harm not any of Allah's creatures. And he repeated these two couplets, Be as thou wilt, for Allah still is bounteous Lord, and care dispeller, dread not therefore bane and ban. To two things only never draw thee nigh, nor give partner to Allah trouble to thy brother man. And how well saith the poet, And thou of pious works a store neglect, and after death meet one who did collect. Thou shalt repent thou didst not as he, nor madest ready as he did elect. Then the third damsel came forward, after the second had withdrawn, and said, Of a truth, the chapter of piety is exceeding wide, but I will mention what occurreth to me thereof, concerning the pious of old. Quoth a certain holy man, I congratulate myself in death, though I am not assured of rest therein, save that I know death interveneth between a man and his works, so I hope for the doubling of good works and the docking off of ill works. And Ita al-Salami, when he had made an end of an exhortation, was wont to tremble and grieve and weep sore. And as they asked him why he did this, he answered, I desire to enter upon a grave matter, and it is the standing up before Almighty Allah to do in accordance with my exhortation. In similar guise, Zayn al-Abidin, son of al-Hussein, was wont to tremble when he rose to pray. Being asked the cause of this, he replied, Know ye not before whom I stand and whom I address? It is said that there lived near Sufyan al-Thawri a blind man, who when the month of Ramazan came, went out with the folk to pray, but he remained silent and hung back. Said Sufyan, On the day of resurrection he shall come with the people of the Koran, and they will be distinguished by increase of honor from their fellows. Quoth Sufyan, Were the soul established in the heart of befitteth, it would fly away for joy and pining for paradise, and for grief and fear of hell fire. It is related also of Sufyan al-Thawri that he said, To look upon the face of a tyrant is a sin. Then the third damsel retired, and came forward the fourth, who said, Here I am, to treat of sundry traditions of pious men, which suggest themselves to me. It is related that Bishr Barefoot said, I once heard Khalid say, Beware of secret polytheism. I asked, What may secret polytheism be? And he answered, When one of you in praying prolong his inclinations and prostrations till a cause of impurity come upon him. And one of the sages said, Doing works of will expiateth what is ill. Quoth Ibrahim, I supplicated Bishr Barefoot to acquaint me with some theological mysteries, but he said, O my son, this knowledge it behoveth us not to teach to every one. Of every 100, 5, even as the legal alms upon money. Said Ibrahim, I thought his reply excellent, and approved of it. And while I was praying, behold, Bishr was also praying. So I stood behind him, making the prayer bow, till the muezzin called his call. Then rose a man of tattered appearance, and said, O folk, beware of a truth which bringeth unweal, for there is no harm in a lie bringing weal, and in time of need no choice we heed. Speech booteth not in the absence of good qualities, even as silence hurteth not in the presence of good. Presently I saw Bishr drop a danik, so I picked it up and exchanged it for a dirham which I gave him. Quoth he, I will not take it. Quoth I, it is perfectly lawful change. But he rejoined, I cannot take in exchange the riches of the present world for those of the future world. It is related also that Bishr Barefoot's sister once went to 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 bin Hanbal, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 29 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Gioacchino.